But like I've said before, you really need to stop just reacting to anything and everything that Trump says. I'm not saying that you need to dismiss anything and everything that he says, but there has to be some sort of a reality to, contextualize or to corroborate anything that he says. Trump can't just tweet things into existence. You understand? Like I've seen some commentators like spiraling off into all sorts of analyses as to what is prompting the imminent U.S. attack on Nigeria. You know, oil, gas, and indirect attack against the Sahel Alliance and so forth. As if there is actually an imminent U.S. attack that's about to take place against Nigeria. This is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I mean, obviously, nothing is actually impossible, but the strategic probability of anything like this is under 5%. Maybe it's like 2% or 3% likelihood. Realistically, it's not likely whatsoever. You know, politics is not really that different from everyday life. Interpersonal relations and international relations actually mirror each other. I remember seeing a video one time of a guy who was talking about experiencing a glitch in the matrix, alternative timelines and what have you, overlapping timelines and all of this kind of nonsense. He was going into all of this all because he and his girlfriend went to the gym and some other girl came up to them while they were at the gym and acted like she knew him. And she even used a name for him that only people use who know him very well, who know him intimately. Okay. Now this man knows that his girlfriend is one of those types of people who believes in the whole multiverse idea, the intersecting timelines and all of that. So he convinced her that this girl must know him from some parallel universe, and that they just experienced the glitch in the matrix together. That's what happened. And he made the video about this so-called supernatural experience, also that he could double down on this story. And because he knew that a video like that would, algorithmically draw a bunch of other people who would also find that story convincing, thereby recruiting the internet, that section of the internet, to back up his story in the comment section and get him off the hook. Get him off the hook for obviously having a secret relationship with the girl at the gym. You see, he was just gaslighting his girlfriend. And it was blatantly obvious to any sensible person. But like I say, his girlfriend apparently is a little bit goofy. And so the story was about the glitch in the matrix is all he needed to get himself out of trouble. Well, Trump is in trouble for many reasons, for so many reasons. He's in trouble with the Christian evangelical demographic, that base core demographic of his. He's in trouble with them because of Israel, because of Epstein, because of his relations with Saudi Arabia, with Qatar and UAE, and so forth. Because there's so many reasons. And because the Christian right wing is historically aligned with the neocons, historically. They're aligned with the neocons, the military-industrial complex, and therefore they are aligned historically with the nationalistic OCGFC. But of course, Trump serves the a-national OCGFC. So he has to serve the agenda of one faction while placating another faction, appeasing another faction. You understand? So the way I see it, we all know that Christians love more than anything else the idea of the Crusades. That's their favorite chapter in history. These turn the other cheek, love thy neighbor Christians love nothing more than the idea of violently attacking the Muslims anywhere in the world, especially if they can do it on the pretext of so-called protecting Christians. They love war more than anything. So yes, America will publicly threaten to attack you, a friendly country, a trading partner. They have no problem whatsoever in threatening to attack you just to score political points at home, domestically. Domestic political points with a segment of their population. I mean, back in the day, they would actually go through with it too. America has attacked multiple countries that never posed any threat to them whatsoever. And they only did it to score political points at home. That's how little you mean to them. That's how little your security and your peace mean to them. So it's just like the guy making up the story about the interdimensional time warp fantasy scenario to cover up him cheating on his girlfriend. See, they'll concoct a whole fantasy narrative that justifies whatever it is that they want to do so they can make it look like it's something else. You understand? But that was back in the day. They would actually carry it out back in the day. But as things stand now, there is, as I say, almost no danger whatsoever of America doing anything like that whatsoever to Nigeria today. There's not going to be an Iraqi-style invasion or military campaign against Nigeria. No way. That's not what's going on here. But like I say, Trump has two factions that he has to deal with. He has the very problematic faction of the nationalistic OCGFC, the neocons, the right-wing Christians, and so forth. And then he has the actual faction that he serves, the A-national OCGFC, the owners and controllers of global financialized capital who operate untethered to any sort of national entity, any country, and any country's national interest. Trump's job is to serve them, and that means to dismantle American empire, to withdraw America, to withdraw the United States from the global stage as much as possible, and to, of course, accelerate the domestic decline of the United States. So just like what he did about South Africa, again, largely for domestic political points, fabricating this narrative about a white genocide in South Africa, threatening to cut aid, threatening to sanction South Africa, and so on. You need to see what he's really doing, what Trump is really doing. Trump is signaling to the world that you need to reduce your ties with America. This is part of withdrawing the United States from the global stage. It's part of prompting South-South trade and South-South partnerships, part of trying to nudge the global South, nudge Africa and Asia and the Middle East towards China and towards BRICS. America is falling apart, but he can't just come out and say that, obviously. Again, domestic politics prohibits any politician from just saying that. The only way that you can disassemble the United States of America is if you call it construction. You take it down while you're saying that you're building it up. That's Trump's job. See, I've talked about this many times. You have to make a distinction between the two blocks of the owners and controllers of global financialized capital. Like I said, you have the nationalistic bloc. That's the original bloc. The nationalistic bloc that's essentially welded to the U.S. as a state. It's tied to the military-industrial complex, politically represented by the neocons. That's the traditional empire builders. They want aircraft carriers, forward bases, dollar dominance, and obedient client states. That's their vision of the world. That's their paradigm. Then you have the a-nationalistic bloc. They have no loyalty to any flag. They move capital through New York, through London, through Dubai, through Shanghai, through Riyadh, through Singapore, wherever it serves them. They don't care. For them, America, quote unquote, is just one vehicle, and it's a deteriorating vehicle. They favor BRICS Plus, GCC soft empire, multipolar finance, and legal architectures that spread risk and authority across many jurisdictions. In this model, Trump is not the champion of so-called America First. He's the wrecking crew. Trump is the wrecking crew. Loud, theatrical, wrapped in the language of nationalism, wrapped in the language of Western, white, civilizational rhetoric, and so forth. But in material terms, what he's doing is undermining trust in U.S. commitments. He's undermining and fracturing alliances. He's weaponizing the dollar so visibly to all the countries in the world that it will make more and more countries accelerate de-dollarization. He's making the United States appear unhinged and unreliable. He's making the United States appear dangerous, but not as an enemy. He's making them look dangerous as a partner. You understand? This is exactly what the a-nationalistic OCGFC bloc need in order for them to extract their wealth and their operational centers from America, from the American shell. It's what they need for them to be able to push the global South to more quickly pivot towards alternative platforms like BRICS banks and Gulf sovereign wealth funds and so forth, Chinese infrastructure like the Belt and Road, Chinese infrastructure initiatives like the Belt and Road, regional security pacts and so forth. They need that so that they can leave the U.S. holding the political blame and the social anger and the internal fragmentation from all of the policies that they're pursuing. So let's talk about Nigeria, because what I'm talking about is really crucial for Nigeria to understand, as well as for all the rest of Africa and for all the rest of the global South. You don't need to misread or misconstrue what's going on, because if you do, it's very problematic for you. Then you're going to make the wrong moves and you're going to make bad decisions based upon your misinterpretation of what comes out of Washington. Because I think, in my opinion, that many Nigerian politicians might be stuck in an obsolete paradigm about America and Africa, about the relationship between America and Africa, because they're used to a certain dynamic and they're operating in conformity with that dynamic. It's a historical dynamic, but the dynamics have changed, or they are changing. And it's time for a new posture. It's time for Africa to take a different posture. But whether you understand it or not, that's what Trump is actually trying to push for countries in the global South to take a new posture vis-a-vis the United States. And you can't have a situation where the chain has been broken, but the captive still only moves as far as the chain used to allow him to move, because in his mind, he thinks that the chain is still there. Do you understand? It's like inmates who are standing around a crashed prison transfer bus instead of making a run for it. Like, when you have shackles on your ankles, you in your hands behind your back, you do the sort of prisoner shuffle, these little tiny steps when you walk. You don't want to end up thinking that that's your normal gait, that that's your natural stride, to where you keep walking like that even after the shackles have been removed. And I think that that's what a lot of the countries in the global south might be doing. Because look, Nigeria is at a crossroads, just like the rest of the global south, frankly. They're at a crossroads. You've got one road that leads to sovereignty, and the other road, which is the road that you have been on all this time. This whole time you've been on this road, and that's the road of subordination. But the thing is that the road that you've always been on, the road of subordination, turns out it's a dead end. That road leads nowhere, actually. But you've been on that road for so long that you think it is just going to go on forever. While the turn, at the crossroads, the other road, the road of sovereignty, you're not quite sure where that leads. So the instinct is just to keep going with what you're familiar with. But the road of subordination actually is leading right off of a cliff. That road is coming to an end. See, for decades, Nigeria has been independent in the same way that a worker who has, a single employer is independent. It's neocolonialism. Imported food, imported machinery, imported weapons, imported experts, consultants and so forth, imported stability for the currency. And your exports are basically the raw materials and the human beings who are leaving the country. So now, especially with the rise of BRICS and with what's going on with the Sahel Alliance and all the hype that's going on around multipolarity and so forth, well, there's a wave among particularly young people towards real independence and real sovereignty. There's a domestic sentiment for that. So, in my opinion, the government of Nigeria is making gestures towards that domestic sentiment, but they still think that the road of subordination is the safe direction. It's the safe path. It's a familiar direction. And they're only talking about taking that different road, the road of sovereignty, seriously threaten them. For that transition to work, the world has to stop trusting the United States as a stable anchor, depending upon them, I should say. Trump's job is to make that distrust permanent. So he'll storm onto the stage and wave the cross and shout about persecuted Christians or persecuted white people or what have you, and threaten an African giant with sanctions and with guns blazing. But what message does that send? Well, it sends a message to the Nigerian elite and the policy class. You cannot build your future around this partner, around the American partner. No, your whole country, your whole economy can be thrown under the bus just for the sake of scoring political points in a domestic culture war. And it sends a message to the rest of the global south as well. If you depend upon the United States for aid, if you depend upon the United States for security or for finance, then you can be turned into a campaign slogan overnight. From the point of view of the National OCGFC, well, this is exactly what they want. They want the U.S. to lose its central role as the unquestioned manager of the global system. They want the global south to pivot towards a more spread out, more multi-center architecture. And the same owners of capital will reappear inside that new architecture, holding stakes in Gulf funds, in Asian infrastructure projects, in African debt, in BRICS platforms, and so forth. Notice the symmetry. Nigeria wants to get away from suffocating dependence on the United States, and the National OCGFC elites also want the whole system to get away from suffocating dependence on the United States. Outwardly, they seem aligned, but the difference is purpose. Nigeria's instinct for sovereignty is about feeding its people. It's about industrializing. It's about defending itself. It's about building a dignified life for Nigerians under Nigerian control. The National OCGFC's project is about freeing capital from any national accountability, including American accountability. It wants delinking from states, not delinking from exploitation of states. Is not automatically safe just because they move closer to BRICS Plus. And this goes for every country in the global south, by the way. Understand, the same National OCGFC that is tired of the American vessel will happily operate through China, through Gulf sovereign wealth funds, through African elites, through new development banks, and so forth. The same people, the same predatory system. Exploitation isn't going to disappear just because the exploiters relocate their headquarters. From the Middle Nation perspective, if you strip the theater away, Nigeria is in the early phase of a sovereignty struggle, just like many countries in the global south, and that sovereignty struggle is mainly economic and institutional, not revolutionary. The American political system, in its current form, is structurally incapable of being a stable partner for that sovereignty project. Trump just makes this underlying reality more obvious. The A national owners and controllers of global financialized capital are simply repositioning. They're perfectly happy for the United States to appear increasingly dangerous and increasingly unreliable, like I said, because that drives the whole global south into a new architecture. The danger for Nigeria and for the entire global south is to think that the story is just America is bad and BRICS is good. No, that's not real sovereignty. That's not thinking. Real sovereignty is when your food system domestically can withstand external shocks. When your industrial base is rooted in your own workforce and your own knowledge, your own technology, your own skills, and when your financial system is not held hostage by any foreign capital's mood swings. You understand? When your security apparatus in your country is equipped by you and commanded by you in a way that serves the people, that doesn't serve foreign patrons, and it doesn't serve the local oligarchs, the collaborator oligarchs who are serving as subcontractors for those foreign patrons. So don't think that Trump is the boss. Like I say, he's the demolition contractor, and he's paid in domestic applause and ego inflation to swing the wrecking ball into the credibility of American leadership. When he shouts at Nigeria, he's helping Nigeria in their long-term argument that the country must reduce its exposure to Washington, just like every other country in the global south. Trump's message is basically, don't build your future under the shadow of an empire that can turn bombing your country into a campaign talking point. Nigeria today, in my opinion, is a live demonstration of this moment in history. You have a formally independent country that's struggling towards real autonomy, that's being bullied by a declining empire, that's being courted by a rising multipolar order, and that's being stalked and being hunted by national owners of capital who are already thinking 50 years ahead of everyone else. This is why I've said, and why I think it's important to understand, that the transition of the global economy to the south and to the east should not be understood, and the rise of BRICS and so forth, this should not be understood as a revolution of the global south. It's not an unseating of Western power. It's not an overthrow of Western power. It's a managed transition. It's a survival strategy for the OCGFC, a survival strategy born out of necessity, which they intend to result in the continuation of their dominance. But everyone has a different story to tell. They want a multipolar order, says it's losing as long as it exists under a unipolar private sector national empire. That's what's happening. And if Nigeria's leadership is still thinking in late 20th century paradigm, in the national OCGFC, you're going to get the drop on it. Trump's threats rely upon you thinking that America's moment as the global superpower wasn't just a moment, but is a perpetual, forever state of affairs. Well, it's not. The truth is that this moment of American superpower dominance has already passed. They are not the threat. America is not the threat that you think they are. And while you're busy thinking about them as a threat, well, you're going to completely miss the real threat that you're facing. And in doing that, you will permanently miss the turn in the road from the road of subordination to the road of sovereignty. You're going to completely miss that turn, and you'll be stuck on the road of subordination that actually is going to lead you right off the cliff.
All right, and once again, this is Frank. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wheresoever you are. This is WCC, the Saturday show of WCC. We want to bring a greeting. Anyway, today is Sunday. Like I said before, and I'm going to repeat myself again. The Sunday show have turned to Saturday show. But again, before Natasha and Ikimba can come back, I'm going to be presenting both on Sunday and Saturday, but actually this show is for Saturday. But because yesterday I didn't present because of time factors, I have to present today. So until my colleagues can come back, I'm going to be presenting on Saturday. But sometime on Sunday, I'm going to use that time to present as well. If I don't present on Saturday, I'm going to present on Sunday. All right. But mostly you're going to be seeing me on Saturday because the Sunday show have gone to Saturday and the Saturday show have come to Sunday. But until Nkimba and Natasha can come back, like I'm going to repeat myself again, I'm going to make use of both time. Anyway, let's get started. Now, I know we've been on Nigeria, right? For a few couple of days now, or, weekend. So today's topic, it says part 3. So we did part 1, part 2, and today is part 3. Now, there's a reason why I decided to come out with part 3. Let me read the headline. Part 3. It is not about the United States saving Christian life in Nigeria. I repeat, it is not about Washington, D.C. It is not about the U.S. Congress. It is not about the U.S. government. I repeat, it is not about that. It is not about them coming to Nigeria to save Christians' life. It is about the resources in Nigeria and in Africa. It is about destabilizing Nigeria and destabilizing Africa. It is about countering China influence and Russia influence in Nigeria and on the African continent. Now, this is WCC. We don't come here with opinion. Like I said, we know who we are. I don't want to say going against, but we know who we are trying to fact check. We know who we are trying to debunk. So when we come here, we make sure we found the information before we come here because we know they are listening. Trust me, we know they are listening. So before we speak on a topic, we make sure we have the right information than to come here with an opinion. And I repeat again, part 3, it is not about the U.S. coming or going to Nigeria or to Africa to save Christians' life in Nigeria. It is not about that. It is about the resources. It is about destabilization. Okay? It is about getting Africa in a perpetual condition so that they will continue to exploit and loot our resources in order to build their empire and to enrich their economy and their society. It is not about Africans' life being lost in Africa. Nigeria. Now, the reason why I decided to have part 3, let me make this clear. There's a lady, I'm going to call her name because I'm doing this, right? Not because of hate. The reason I'm going to call her name. There's a Nigerian lady. She's called Grace Land. She's on Facebook. Now, you didn't do the wrong thing. You didn't do the wrong thing. I am a big follower, okay, of your platform. Now, we follow some of these content creators. We follow some of these content creators. We follow them because, listen to me. Listen to me. Let me tell you this. We follow some of these content creators, all right? Because it is from them we get some of these information, okay, some news. And then from that, we go and do our research. Let me repeat. We follow some of these content creators, all right? Even as they are creating contents because they want to gain money or they want to earn income from what they create and things, right? We follow them, okay? Because we also get information from them and then go and do intensive research if we find it necessary, right? So I've been following her. Now, she been talking about Nigeria, there's Christian issues. And she's a Christian. Like I said, mommy, I honor you. I did not call your name here because I want to pull you under the bus. But you see, sometimes these content creators, and you got to be very careful how you speak on things. Just because you are creating context, or just because you are trying your best to inform the public, also make sure you have followers, and anything you say, they will take it and they will use it. And the way you say it, that's how they're going to say it and use it, because they believe in what you do. So Mama Grace Lane, she's on Facebook. She been talking about the issue of Nigeria with this Christian thing. And from what I have been saying, she's very interested for the United States military, for Donald Trump to take the United States military to go to Nigeria. Now, I'm not saying this is what she wants, but I'm saying, all right, from my perspective, from my analysis of her videos, of how she talk about it, how she present it, it seems that she won. It seems that she won for the United States Army or military to go to Nigeria to go and fight on behalf of Christians. My sister, please, like you and many content creators, please be careful what you wish for. Especially, this topic, this issue, it's not about content creator or content creating things. We are talking about life here. We are talking about our existence. We are talking about Nigeria collectively. We are talking about the African nations, and we are talking about the African continent collectively. This is not about going to Nigeria to save Christians' life. And I'm repeating again, I'm sorry. We understand. We know what's going on in Nigeria. There have been life loss. Life have been taken. But my sister, and to many of you, what you should be talking about is the people who are sponsoring Boko Haram, the people who are sponsoring the terrorists. These are the things you should be focusing on. All right. The USA, they want to go to Nigeria to save Christians' life. But many of you bloggers, many of you content creators, when have you ever sat to question the United States Congress, the United States government? Because yesterday, when we log, when we check, when we research, we saw it in the United States Congress, to be specific, Scott Perry, who said American taxpayer money are being used to sponsor Boko Haram. Scott Perry, according to him, Boko Haram have been sponsored by USAID. According to Scott Perry, Boko Haram or ISIS or Al-Qaeda or terrorist activities in Africa, in Nigeria, they are sponsored by United States taxpayer money through the USAID and also the CIA. Since when have you guys questioned the United States? Since when have you guys created any context to question the US? You guys should be questioning that. Listen, you say you want to come and fight for Christian. Have you not supported Boko Haram? There wouldn't be Christian dying. Have you not funded Boko Haram? There wouldn't be Christian dying. Have you not sponsored ISIS in Libya to destroy Libya and Gaddafi, the Arab Spring? There wouldn't be Christian Christian dying. Mama Graceland, and to many of you, do you think what you are seeing in Nigeria today is started today? Do you think terrorist activity started today? Oh no. Today, I have an article. The reason why I decided to bring part 3 today. I saw a video of her. Mama Graceland, don't take it personal. Like I said, I'm a big follower of your platform. We follow these content creators. All right. Sometimes they bring gossip news. So we listen to the gossip news and then go and do reference check. Go and do some intensive research, and see what is necessary. So trust me, we listen to the gossip news. Now, recently, Nicki Minaj. Now, I'm calling your name also. Don't be offended. But you celebrity, you guys are the problem. Because the last time we checked, even in the US here, if celebrity want to talk about the discrimination in the US, if celebrity want to talk about the inequality in the US, it is the United States Congress, it is the media, CNN, BBC, ABC, who will tell the celebrity in the US, this is not sport. I remember one time, the injustices, the inequality, police brutality, the justice system in this country. LeBron James wanted to speak, and the media said to LeBron James, shut up and shoot the ball. This is not your era. You have no idea about politics, about governance, about the Constitution. You have no idea about the court system. So shut up and shoot the ball. I remember yesterday when Colin Kaepernick, today, he's no longer playing sport. Today, he's no longer playing American football. Yesterday, a vibrant quarterback who threw the ball in the air. And he was very calculative. And people were there to receive it to make touchdown. But even as he was throwing the ball for people to receive it to make touchdown, he was never satisfied because while throwing the ball, people of him were being slaughtered. People of him were being beaten. People of him neck were being stepped on and they were dying. So he was never happy throwing the ball to make touchdown. Because for each time they make touchdown, they have to celebrate. But how will this man celebrate when his people are dying unjustly? Colin Kaepernick, call his name. He decided to go on his knees. He decided to protest for a good reasons. And what did the American justice system, the American Congress, the American media, what did they say to him? They said Christian, they said Zionist. They stepped on Colin Kaepernick. Today, they say he's no longer going to play again. Today, he never played again. He never went on the stadium. He never stepped on our field. It became the end of his career. So the people he stood for, the people he knelt for were not Christian. Yesterday, we saw Nicki Minaj being used to go to the United Nations to talk about Christians are being slaughtered in Nigeria because she was used, she was sent by the Zionists. She was paid. And Mama Graceland took it. Oh, Nicki Minaj, the celebrity. But yesterday, Nicki Minaj, Mama Graceland, Nicki Minaj can never go on any platform and talk about the injustice, the injustices, the racism, the inequality in the US. Nicki Minaj will never go on any platform. They will never accept it because it will expose the US. Mama Grace, since when have you seen Nicki Minaj to the United Nations talking about the inequality in the US against black people, against black folks in the US here? Since when have you seen it? Mama Grace, I'm calling your name because Like I said, I'm a big fan of your platform. If I wasn't a big fan, I wasn't going to see this on your platform. But I'm just telling you, be careful. Just be careful. You people should be careful what you present. Most of the black celebrity you see in jail today. Now, I'm not saying P. Diddy didn't do a thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he didn't do a thing. But they were all silent when he was doing it. Now, if you look at recently, some of P. Diddy thing, the thing I put into the problem, he decided to get into politics. He decided to put his money into politics for black people. The system went for him. But this is the issue with black folks. We are so ignorant. Once mainstream media, white mainstream media come and say something about one of your own, it is us that will go and bring our own down. You think what P. Diddy was doing, there was not other race that was doing it or that still doing it? Do you see them bringing them to the public? But today it's not about P. Diddy. But I'm just telling you, you guys be careful. You saw Nicki Minaj to the United Nations talking about Christian dying. Since when have we seen Nicki Minaj to the United Nations talking about Christian dying in DRC Congo? Since when? Since when have we seen it? Now, this is not to say I'm trying to bring down our black celebrity in the US. No. That is not my point. I love them, and I will always love them. We love them. We will always love them. Your own is your own. Our own is our own. We will love them. We will cherish them. But where they go wrong, we have to say it. Where they have been used, we have to say it. Where they have been used, we have to say it. And let me say this to my Nigerian folks. Nicki Minaj being used to go to the United Nations to talk about Christians dying in Nigeria, she was used. She was sent, she was paid to go out there to speak so that you can get her emotion. Or so that you can be so emotional and then go about it. Oh, we need U.S. Army. We need U.S. this. But what I'm about to show you here today, what I'm about to show you today, some of you Nigerian bloggers, is going way back in time. Now, let me show you a video. And then from that video, we are going to the article about Nigeria. And what I'm about to show about Nigeria today, let me tell you this, folks. Africa is not safe. If you think, oh my God, Africa is not safe. I can tell you that Africa is not safe. Let me tell you this. You will be surprised. Let me tell you this. Terrorists have engulfed the continent of Africa. Terrorists have engulfed the continent of Africa. By the influence of the West, that is their means. So you so-called African nations, don't get it twisted. Your nation have been engulfed by terrorists, by the support of the West, by the influence of the West. There is no African nation on the African continent. And let me repeat. There is no African nation on the African continent that you think tolerance is not there. If you think tolerance is not there, or if you think tolerance are not in your nation, let me tell you this. Let me throw a challenge. Let me throw a challenge right now. If you think tolerance is not in your nation, do this one thing for me. Do this one thing for me. Just decide that, you know what? The West, and you know who I'm talking about, those that colonize you, those that enslave you, those that systematically kill your leaders, your good leaders, directly or indirectly, those are the people I'm speaking about. If you think Taurus is not in your nation, in your backyard, do this for me. Let me throw you the challenge. Do this for me. Today, just say, you know what? The nations that colonize us, the nation that enslave us, will no longer want to do business with you, will no longer want to protect your selfish Western interest. We are going to find new partners because we have realized that since the 1800s, since 1960, since 1847, you have never done any good business or deal with us. I'm trying to challenge. Just decide to go and do new business with China and Russia. Because those are the two figures, two nations in the world that are challenging the colonial nation. People that enslaved and colonized the African continent. Those are the two nations that are challenging them. To be specific, the West. Let me put it that way. Not that those people are bad. Just decide. Do you know what brought a war in Liberia? Because Togo decided to go to Russia. Some of you will come, like civil war in Liberia. Today, the article about Nigeria, Liberia is in our article. The article about Nigeria, Sierra Leone is in our article. Today, you are about to learn something new. Today, you are about to learn something new that even the Nigerians themselves do not know. So that is a challenge. Just decide today and say, you know what, US, we are going to do, we are going to find different partners. If you don't see terrorists in your backyard, change my name. They may not be there today because you have not yet decided to make another deal to find alternative. Just decide that you want to find an alternative. If you don't see terrorists in your backyard, change my name. Don't believe me. Don't never come on a platform. That is to tell you, these forces are all on the African continent. According to Scott Perry, a U.S. congressman, terrorist activities on the African continent are being supported by the USAID with American taxpayer money, also through the CIA, according to Scott Perry, a United States congressman. Western foreign policy. That is a challenge to any African nation. If you think you don't have terrorists in your backyard, just decide to have an alternative today. Just decide and say, you know what? We are an independent nation. We want to be independent, and we are not going to listen to anybody to dictate to us. If you don't see terrorists in your backyard and next day fighting your army, don't believe me. The African continent is engulfed with terrorists. So let's listen to this video. And then I will bring out the article. Do you know that? Oh my God. Do you know that the United States, England, Europe, none of them believe that the so-called independence you have in Africa, none of them. Do you know that none of them believe in those independence? Do you know that the US, Europe, none of them believe that there is a free nation, there are free nations on the African continent? Do you know that? None of them. Do you know that they don't honor it? They don't honor it. They never honor it, and they don't honor it. Do you know that? Do you know that they still believe that Africa belongs to them? Africa is a colony. Do you know that the 1884 Berlin Conference still stands? Do you know that? Okay. If you didn't know, it's not a bad thing. But today, I'm about to show you today. Do you know that they do not believe in the state of Nigeria? Do you know that? Let's watch this video first. And then I'll bring out this article and we dive about it. We talk about it. Now, in this video you're about to watch, we may not play the whole thing because I'll try to skip it. Because I just want you to get a point or to get something from here as we continue. Now, recently there was something called a G20. The United States, along with other nations, African nations as well, they were all there. This time around, the Sahel nation comprises of Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. They send a representative. So they did not come as, I'm a Malian, I'm a Burkinabe, I'm a Nigerian. No, they came as the AES. And the AES sent a representative. Unlike the so-called African nations, who go as independent, and they go and says nothing, and they come back. Unity is success. And it is that unity the United States is afraid of in Africa. It is that unity Europe, they are afraid of in Africa. Divide and conquer. And the article we are about to read today, you're going to see what I'm talking about, the divide and conquer. The article I'm about to read today, the Biafra, was created by the US and UK. Today, the chaos you see in Nigeria was planned to happen today. Nigeria, be careful, man. Oh my God. Let's watch this video.
You saw the American representative continuously speak about fuel blockade in Mali, even if we know that there was no blockade.
Mr. President, and thank you for chairing this important meeting. Thank you to our briefers, Secretary General Guterres, and ECOWAS Commission President Dr. Touré. Colleagues, as we speak, Al-Qaeda affiliated terrorists in the Sahel have paralyzed Mali with a fuel blockade. Colleagues,
No, sorry, folks. Let me make this. Let me make this. You see these people. The reality here is the US should be talking about how they fail Africa. Look, let me say this clearly. No one is against the United States. No one is against Europe. Although we know, we have seen and experienced what they have done to African people. They enslave African people. They pour on plantations. They lynch us. They rape us. They barbecue us. They gave us to alligator. They fed us to alligator. They poured in prison. And then they went, after that, they colonized the African continent, divided among themselves. Systematically, directly or indirectly, they killed our great African leaders. But yet they still, when they go on the world stage, instead of them taking blame, instead of them saying our behavior caused this problem to the African continent, instead of them saying the terrorist activities on the African continent, it was caused by we American, it was caused by we European, it is our taxpayer money, it is our organizations that sponsor these things, it is our organization that funded these things. Instead of them doing it, they don't do it. Instead of them taking responsibility and saying, listen, we fear Africa, our armies. Instead of them saying the United States Army was in that region, the Canadian Army in our region, the British Army in our region, the German Army in our region, but yet they stay. We could not defeat, we could not fight and defeat terrorists, the Boko Haram and Al Qaeda. Instead of them saying that, they don't want to take blame. Instead of them saying it is our failures that the African, the Sahel nation, that Africa holistically do not want our military, instead of them saying it. Instead of them saying it is our attitude because we support terrorism, we fund terrorism, we get our dollars to them. Instead of them saying, after we do this, they will go to a nation and tell them, do not sell weapons to African nations. Instead of them saying it, they don't want to do that. But they will go on a stage and then talk against our efforts, talk against our efforts, talk against our effort to become free, talk against our effort to counter terrorism, talk against our effort to fight terrorists with the little weapons that we get from China, with the little weapon that we get from Russia. Shame on the US, shame on UK, shame on Europe. Nobody hates you. It is your attitude towards Africans. It is your behavior towards Africans. It is your hate towards African continent. Because you guys never want to see the African continent progress. Because our demise means your economy boom. You loot our resources. You exploit our resources for the benefit of your country, for the benefit of your nation, for the benefit of your economy. That in itself is inhumane. That in itself is tourism.
Situation is dire there. We see Al Qaeda aiming to take over the entire country. The United States acknowledges the counterterrorism efforts of the Malian armed forces against these and other terrorist organizations such as ISIS, Sahel, but the situation is worsening quickly. We remained deeply concerned about the incidents of kidnapping, the incidents of hostage taking across the Sahel.
Now, folks, you know, right, according to Scott Perry, and we'll keep reminding them, according to Scott Perry, these people support the terrorism in the region. Did you remember when the United States decided to take her citizens? After that, what happened? Boom, terrorist activities, everyday bombing, everyday this. Did you remember when Donald Trump said, oh, Christians are dying, this are happening? Every day, Boko Haram bombing. Now, do you remember the everyday terrorists? Every day, something new to happen. It's a way of putting pressure on Tinubu. It's a way of putting pressure on the Nigerian government. But you know what? I don't blame the Nigerian, I don't blame these people. I blame the Nigerian government. I blame the past Nigerian government as well, the current government. They brought this on themselves. They brought this to the Nigerian. They brought this to the African continent because they agreed. Folks, I told you, when we say something, we'll bring it and share it to you. I blame the past leaders of Nigeria who agreed to the US on this stupid deal. So I don't blame these people when they come and sit down and talk about this. Now, let me say this. Why are they so focused on the Sahel region? Why are they so focused on Nigeria? Oh, why are they not talking about Sudan? Because they see Congress people. They say in 5 years, they need nation that they should bring the nation then down. Sudan is one, and today, look at Sudan. Why are they not talking about the destruction of Sudan? When they themselves said they will bring Sudan down, and today war is in Sudan. Sudan is crying. Sudan is scratching down. People are dying. Babies, women, children are dying. These people do not love Africa. Africans do not listen to these people. They are the problem to the African continent. They are the problem. They say in 5 years, Libya should come down. Today, look at Libya. They brought Libya down. Look, Nigeria, you are no different from the people in Sudan. Nigeria, you are no different from the people of Libya. We are all Africans. We should know that. These people have no moral right. The United States and Europe have no moral right. They do not have any IQ, more than the African IQ, to come and tell African how things are supposed to be done when they are the one causing our demise. Create the chaos and move in, capitalize on the chaos to accomplish your aim. That is what these people do.
As a means to finance these terrorist activities. Unfortunately, since the veto of the UN sanctions regime in 2023, it has been deeply disappointing to see Mali's security situation continue to deteriorate. That decision removed critical tools from the international community that it relied on to promote accountability and to promote stability. And the result has been an uptick, a massive surge in violence, has been a shrinking space for dialogue and growing risk for civilians across the country and across the region. The terrorist threats are not only intensifying, they are spreading, they are shifting southward, as evidenced by the terrorist attacks we've seen in Benin and Togo.
Remember when using AI meant copying and pasting prompts into ChatGPT? Yeah, those days are totally...
Okay, there was an act of sabotage on the civilian energy infrastructure. But the surprising aspect was that nobody expected the resolve of the Malians. Nobody believed that the Malians had this type of capability. Nobody. And, you know, when the West talk about training of a military into a formidable force, they normally talk about 10 years to create an elite military unit, right? But what people did not expect was that given the sudden transformation of the farmers of Mali, I'm talking about the transformation of their military capability, real-time experience, nobody believed the Malians farmer can become this elite. Nobody expected their response time to threats. Nobody expected it to be this, you know, superb. So far, so good. You know, I don't know what the West might have been telling you through their mainstream media that serve the interests of their deep state, but that was why I posted a video this afternoon showing you the direct, you know, realities on the line of contact. You know, when we talk about demilitarization, when we talk about realities on the line of contact, a lot of people don't know what we're talking about. A lot of times I blur a lot of things out of respect, okay? Even though these people continue to tell different lies, we just want to keep it G, you know, let's just keep it real. We don't need to, you know, because lives are being lost anyway. But when you hear this US representative talk about the situation in Mali, talk about Al-Qaeda, First of all, we need to ask a question. Why are they constantly mentioning Al-Qaeda? It is because Al-Qaeda is a big representation of their interests. So it's a mental way of projecting the power of Al-Qaeda by telling you that Al-Qaeda is a threat. They are trying to help you fight Al-Qaeda. They are not trying to help you fight Al-Qaeda because Al-Qaeda was even there before the whole commotion started. So it was their tool. So every time they talk about Al-Qaeda, you can see in Nigeria, they mention Boko Haram consistently. It is because they are responsible for financing this organization. So when they mention the name of this organization, they are trying to project that organization as a seriously devastating organization. So it's a way of projecting fear. And when they tell you that they can help you to solve the threats, it's a way of telling you that you cannot do without them. It's a mental game. So, and again, let me just make something clear here. We've seen a man named Wasim Nassar come to so many mainstream media and talk about the situation in Mali. This is a known Al-Qaeda representative, okay? So when they talk about Al-Qaeda as if it originated in Mali, even if we know that a U.S. Special Forces personnel once on a podcast said they trained the first group of Al-Qaeda in Syria, in Iraq. So what are these people telling us? What are they talking about? I don't understand. Okay? Now, this team did not go down just like that, okay? And they talked about the ISSP. If you notice, if you study the question, if you study the statement of that US representative, he did not mention the JNIM. Because mentioning the JNIM is like throwing France under the bus. So he just overlaid it and he just talked about the Islamic State. So you have to get the game, right? Those people expose themselves without anybody exposing them. But anyway, now if you listen to most of the things they've been talking about, you can hear them talking about dialogue, right? They talk about dialogue. Dialogue with who in the first place? Dialogue with who? We've seen a lot of French representatives talking about Islamic Caliphate. They're trying to, create an opposition government in Mali. You've seen, I think I posted a video yesterday where the jihadists were saying that the JNIM is the force, they need political influence and all of that. They've covertly and overtly tried to destabilize Mali. And the reason is simple. Mali has too much resources. Too much. And I'm going to be giving you even some revelations that you don't even know about today. Okay? Even the people inside Mali, some of them don't know some of these things. First of all, without no further ado, let me show you the reply that they got from the Malian representative. Now, this Malian representative represented the entire AES state because Mali is the confederal head of the AES. So he is representing the interest of the entire AES. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch this video.
This video
was created by AI. With AI, you can create any character you want.
Real life.
Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is of particular importance for the member states of the AIS Confederation, namely Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Indeed, for more than a decade, West Africa in general, and the Sahel in particular, have been confronted with terrorism imposed and supported by foreign state sponsors. Our populations, including women and children, are being cowardly murdered or subjected to unspeakable violence, forced into exile, or simply deprived of access to essential social services. This abhorrent violence spares neither schools nor health centers. And since they can no longer stand up to our brave defense and security forces, the criminal groups are now reduced to economic terrorism, which consists of attacking civilian infrastructure and supply routes. To put an end to this organized transnational crisis and to create the conditions for sustainable development for the benefit of the Sahelian populations, Their Excellencies Captain Ibrahim Traoré, President of Burkina Faso, Head of State, General Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition of Mali, Head of State, and General Abdurrahman Chani, President of the Republic of Niger, Heads of State, have, in full sovereignty, decided to take their destiny into their own hands and to create the AIS Confederation in order to pool the efforts of the three countries in the fields of defense, development, and diplomacy. Thus, in the field of defense, the defense and security forces of the Confederation of Sahel States fight together courageously and tirelessly. Criminal and obscurantist organizations, I would like here to pay a particularly heartfelt tribute to our confederal forces for the sacrifices they make every day to secure our territories, our populations, and their property.
Now you can see that in a very respectful way, Mali was able to tell this United States representative in a sneaky way that, look, we know who is responsible for this. Like, that representative said it all. You know, even though 90% of everybody in the Android community knows the representation of the United States when it comes to their foreign interests, right? When it comes to how that. Isn't it amazing? Aren't you surprised? Now, let's take, for instance, this particular video right here.
There was a coup d'etat in Mali, a military coup that should never have been tolerated. Never. It should have been condemned much more strongly than what actually happened. We clearly saw the Russian influence because what's happening there in Mali is that Russian services were the first to destabilize the country.
So, do you see Nigeria? Listen to this. And I love the fact that this brother, what they call this video. Do you see white mainstream media? Do you see their narrative? According to them, Russia is the one that destabilized the region. Folks, Nigeria, Mama Graceland, these things about Nigeria is not about Christian. It's about the West who are losing grip of Africa, who are seeing Africa standing still on their own, who are seeing Africa trying to manage their nation, their resources, and their independence properly. That is what they hate. Because an independent Africa means the US fall. An independent Africa means Europe fall. And a sovereign Africa that cannot control her own resources mean US empire continue to rise, Europe empire continue to rise. That's what it means. That is why they support terrorist activity. That is why they support Boko Haram. Do you not see everywhere the terrorists are at the place the resources are? So that the government by itself will not have the opportunity to those resources. So that the state will not have the opportunity or the option or the opportunity to those resources. All the state will do or government will do is to agree to the US and to Europe for you to get money or so that you can leave the tourists where the resources are, so that you can leave them, and then foreign companies will be in our area. And then African leader will take the money, the crumbs, share it on few representatives and senators, and then the rest of the money, they bring it to the American banks, the European banks, and bank it. And then sit and keep their mouth silent. But you see the pressure of the citizens, the inhumane life, the poverty rate increasing. It put pressure on the government, and then the government have to do things. And the government, if the government is doing things, that means government have to take responsibility, take things into their hand, or to find other alternative. And once a government coming to take another alternative, it becomes a threat to the US and to Europe. So you see the narrative of that white guy saying it is Russia that causing the destabilization in the region. When an American Congress boldly told us it is American taxpayer money, it is American organizations that are sponsoring the terrorists. So you see, they leave all of that. Oh God. You know, let me say this. America, we know there are great congressmen in there, like Scott Perry, who exposed the USAID. And there are many great American congressmen who want it better, who want it good for America, who want to have a good relationship with Africa. So you people, y'all do the right thing. With all what Black people, with all what African people have gone through in your hands, the torture, the killing, the rape. I mean, think about it. We have no hate in our heart for you people. We do not hate Europe. We do not hate America. And we will never hate. What we are saying here is, it is your intention that we hate. It is your bad intention that we dislike. Because you do not want us, you do not want to let go. That is what we hate, and that is what we will hate to our gust. And that is what we will never allow you to repeat or to do. But outside of that, outside of colonial policy, outside of colonial intimidation, we don't hate you, and we will never hate you. What we want you to do is leave us alone. Leave African people alone. Because there is nothing you will tell us that we believe you and trust you again. Never. Because even as much as we want to get over our situation that you cause, even as much as we want to get over our circumstances, our frustration that you cause, you bring in another thing. You are the sponsor of terrorists. You are the sponsor of Al Qaeda. You are the sponsor of Boko Haram. And then you come here to tell us it is China or it is Russia that causing the destabilization of Africa. And when we check in history, Russia have never been part of the destabilization of Africa. Russia never colonized or enslaved African. China never colonized or enslaved African. Systematically, directly or indirectly, kill great African leader. The last time we checked was not China that killed Gaddafi. The last time we checked, it was not China that killed, Russia that killed Gaddafi. The last time we checked, it was the United States and NATO that killed Gaddafi. The last time we checked, it was the United States and NATO that destroyed Libya. The last time we checked, it was the United States government, Washington, D.C. that said in 5 years they will destroy Libya, they will destroy Sudan. And today, Libya is gone. Today, Sudan is gone. The last time we checked. Is it Russia that carried war to Libya? Is it Russia that caused the issue in Sudan? No, the American government, Congress told us it was them. Because they said in 5 years, they will make sure Libya come down. They will make sure Sudan come down. And today, where's Libya? Today, where is Sudan? That is what we hate. Leave us alone. Leave Africans alone. If you want to benefit from the resources of Africa, China is coming with her ideas, with what she wants, with not sponsoring terrorists, not sponsoring Boko Haram. Russia is coming with her own idea, not sponsoring terrorists, not sponsoring Al Qaeda, not sponsoring Boko Haram. And if Africa see it, that is good, they take it. United States, you must be ashamed of yourself. Where were you since you have been on the African continent? Where were you since Africa gained independence? You are the one in Europe that controlling Africa, making business bad deal of Africa. You must be ashamed of yourself. That when Africa want to find another alternative, then you want to blame those people. You want to blame Africa. According to history, everything the U.S. have done on the African continent is all about militarism. War, 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 sanction, 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 sanction. That's the relationship the United States have with Africa. And we are done with that. We are sick and tired with your behavior. Devilish behavior, demonic behavior, inhumane behavior, U.S. And we are not afraid to put it in your face until you can change. Nobody said they don't want to do business with you. Africa did not say they don't want to do business with you. If it was the other way around, what you guys did to Africa, it was the other way around. Africa did it to you people. You guys will never do business with Africa. But yet they stay with all what you have done. We stay there. We stay open arm. We stay open hands. We still allow you in. But even as we allow you in, you still lie to us and go beyond our back and stab us. We are sick and tired with your dirty deeds, U.S.
And promised Mali a security they would never provide. If Mali were to become a jihadist state, in that case, it would be France that risks seeing Mali become a rear base for jihadism. And it's not just France, by the way. It's not just France. It's actually the whole African continent, because there's the entire Sahel, Niger, Burkina Faso, and so on. It's legal. And then there's Europe. And from that perspective, the Russians are absolutely eager to destabilize not just Mali, but France as well.
I thought it was a joke or a comedy. The coup d'etat by President Assimi Goïta should never have been tolerated, because they tolerated every coup in Mali or Africa that served their interests. That's all. He forgets that one of the most spectacular power overthrows of the decade, disguised as a color revolution made in the West, took place in Ukraine in 2014 during his own term, and France immediately recognized it as legitimate because this coup served their interests at the expense of the Russians. He forgets that what is happening today in Mali, in the Sahel, is nothing more than the logical consequence of the chaos sown in Libya by France, the United States, and others. No one can forget that. No one can just sweep it aside with a wave of the hand. It is the strategic and political mistake of Paris, carried out by both Sarkozy and Hollande. By destroying the Libyan state without providing a solution, they opened a corridor where armed groups were able to organize, rearm, and spread throughout the Sahel thanks to them. To claim that Russia is destabilizing Mali and Ukraine while suggesting it is the only foreign power involved is simply amusing.
Style starts with the details. The difference between mid and next level, a real gold chain.
France, through its military interventions, political interference, the France-Afrique system, its overseas operations, and its economic influence, has played a real role in the instability of Mali and more broadly, the region, often to the detriment of the interests of local populations. He forgets that the terrorists move around.
You can see that the French personnel right there was talking about how bad a coup d'etat is. But these people have forgotten that Viktor Yanukovych of Ukraine was removed through a bloody coup d'etat, and the first person to approve the government that took over through a bloody coup from Viktor Yanukovych was France. André Rajoelina, the former president of Madagascar, he came to power through a violent coup d'etat. The president of Guinea, Mamadi Doumbouya, came in through a coup d'etat. But the question you should ask is, why are they not complaining about those people? It is simply because those people were serving the interests of the you-know-who. So a coup is a crime if it doesn't serve their interests. But it is the best type of military invasion. Oh, it was an effort, it was a combined effort to take out a dictator as long as it benefits them. These people have no moral justification to tell anybody anything. And that is the position they don't want to accept now, that they don't have the moral justification to dictate anything. They don't have the cards anymore. So now, you see, a lot of people will wonder, why is Algeria involved in this? What is Algeria's own interest? Why is Algeria supporting the Tuareg in the northern part of Mali to destabilize Mali? Why did Algeria, if Algeria loved this Tuareg so much, why did Algeria not give this Tuareg a place in their country? Ladies and gentlemen, it is not the fact that Algeria is supporting the Tuareg. Watch this video.
Because a lot of people ask me, why are there such tensions between Algeria and Mali? And I'm going to explain it to you. As you know, Mali, when it was more or less under France's control, up until not so very long ago, let's be honest, well, Mali was among the poorest countries, even though its subsoil was full of gas and oil. And we see that in the Kidal region, which was controlled by France for a very long time, where there were also terrorists, and the terrorists' goal was to prevent Malians from getting close. So terrorists, they're only terrorists in name. We've just realized something, and it's the Malians who noticed it after the French left. So let's be very clear. France plays a major role in all this. Well, it turns out that oil wells have been drilled. Gas fields have been exploited by Algeria, with pipelines and gas pipelines running from the Kidal region to Algeria, where they connected to the Algerian network to supply their clients with oil that did not belong to them. Yes, France is complicit, but it was Algeria that actually did it. Why did Algeria, when the French said we're leaving, immediately ramp up the terrorist threat? To prevent Mali from realizing or even suspecting that probably for many years or even decades, the so-called Algerian gas and oil were in fact actually Malian in origin, certain measures were taken.
You can see that there is a lot of resources that the Algerians are fighting for. And France is also benefiting from these resources. That's why everybody are putting hands on deck to destabilize Mali. Because you will be surprised. And they know that if they successfully destabilize Mali, they will be able to plant operational bases where they will be able to discombobulate the rest of the Sahel states. And Mali is fighting hard. So for those that are asking me, why am I giving my voice and my support and my intel to Mali, it is because the position of Mali is highly consequential in this. Mali is a pivotal state in all of this that is going on.
All right. We're going to take this out. Now, I'm going to play a video that is, I think, 1 minute. All right. And then after that, we're going to get into the article. Now we're going to get into the main thing we are here for. But I'll show you this first video so that you can see the hypocrisy of the US, the hypocrisy of Europe towards Africa. These people, let me say this, they don't mean no good for Africa. Their intent is to see Africa the way Africa is, so that the benefit will continue to go to Europe and America. That's their intent, folks. We said it here before, and I'll repeat again. In the 1884 Berlin Conference, the United States, Europe, they were in that meeting. Their forefather stated that Their children, the European children that are alive today, their children will make sure the descendant of Africans, we are alive today, they will never rise. They will never seek their place in the world. They will forever remain in perpetual bondage, in perpetual captivity of the white man, of Europe, of America. Because if not, Europe will fall, US will fall. Because their existence depends on the suffering. The condition we are in today depends on a survival. And if we are, black people are not in our moon or in our captivity or in our circumstances, Europe will fail, America will fail, Canada will fail. All these nations will fall. And that is why US, Europe, NATO as a whole, they have fought over the years to subjugate Africans. They have fought over the years. If any African leaders that come into power and want to take things according to an independent nation, you become a threat to the US. When the US call any African leader a dictator, it doesn't mean that nation is actually, or that president is actually a dictator. It doesn't mean that president is actually treating his or her people. That president is being called a dictator because you do not uphold to the United States foreign policy, delicate foreign policy, inhumane foreign policy, and that including Europe. You will kill your citizens. You will suffer your citizens. You will lynch your citizens. But as long as you protect the interests of the American and the European foreign policy in your country, they care less to listen. Your citizens will complain. Your citizens will go to the U.S. embassy. Your citizens will continue to say, "Oh, we need foreign, how they call it, especially in Liberia." What they think that to say? Foreign partner. Liberian people. Oh, we need our foreign partner. We need the international community to come. Look, international community, man. Then, okay. International community will never, ever come to your cry. As long, amen. As long as government in power is protecting their interests, why would they want to come to you? Because if they come to do anything, the government will see them as betrayal. And then the government will begin to do things otherwise. And the reason why these nations, including the US and Europe, they flourish is because of your cry. It's because of your cry. It's because of your circumstances. That's what makes it flourish. So if the government try to do anything other way around, if the US come to do things in your favor, that means they compare the government to do the right thing. And if the government is doing the right thing, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? You call all day. We need an international community to come. Our government is corrupt. Our this is corrupt. Now, international community come now and tell government not to be corrupt. You know what that means? If American investor come, in fact, there is no investor. These are looters. They come and loot your resources. Since 1847, what have they done? They loot our resources. Look at our roads. They loot our iron ore. The United States have one of the largest reserves of iron ore in the world, stolen from Liberia, looted from Liberia. You got roads? What are your bridges? You read the international community. If international community come to your aid, it means when you see international community coming to speak for you, it means your leader have actually turned their back on foreign policy. It means that leader actually want to do the right thing for his or her country. And once that leader turns his back or her back on the American or international foreign policy, then America will come, the European Union will come, their embassy will come. I think that they're speaking for you. but they are not speaking for you, but they are using your circumstances to accompany you in to get our government off from power. And then new government come in. Your problem now you still solve. And that new government come in, support or uphold the American foreign policy, European foreign policy. Their embassy will sit and close their daily mouth and will say nothing. And you will keep complaining. International community come. Or we went to the US embassy, we present our petition. We went to the European embassy, we present it. Look, it's a paper. They will hold that paper and put that paper one side. Their interests come first. That is why they are there. Do you think those embassies, those foreign embassies are in your country for them to come and fight for you? No. Those foreign embassies in your country are representation of their government, representation of their president. They will never do anything contrary to their foreign policy in your country. They are there to make sure their foreign policy are being protected, their interests are being protected. That is what they are there for. So if that government, your government is protecting their foreign interests, their foreign policy, they are not there. They care less to do with you. Your problem should be solved by your government. Your problem should be solved by your senators. Your problem should be solved by your representative. It is not the US embassy. It is not the European embassy, and it will never be. Never. Have you seen American going to a Liberian embassy in Washington, D.C. or New York to say American people in Liberia, they are doing this, they are suffering, they are this, they are this. Do you see it? If American in Liberia, and I'm saying Liberia, I mean in Africa as a whole, in the African nation, and American here want to fight for their people, they go to the American, they go to Congress. They go to Congress because that's the people that represent them. American embassy in Liberia does not represent the nation, does not represent you. European embassy in Liberia does not represent you. They represent their interests. They do not respect your constitution. Their embassies are in Liberia. They are honoring the constitution of their land. That is why whatsoever their embassy is, they consider that place to be America. They consider that place to be Europe. They consider that place to be England. They consider that place to be Germany. They are not honoring the Liberian constitution. And things go to all African nations. They are honoring the constitution, the umbrella of the country to which they represent in your country. So you can cry all your tears come. They will never listen to you as long as your government protects their foreign policy interest. That's what they are there for. That's what the embassy, those embassies are there for. So let's continue. Let's continue with Nigeria. You know, they are carrying a false narrative. Christians are dying. Christians are dying. And we said this and we'll continue to say it. America is known for war. That's how they survive. These European, that's how they survive. War, through the war. That's how they send ammunition. Oh my God. Let's watch this.
Armed bandits have stormed a mosque and killed at least 20. Armed bandits have stormed a mosque and killed at least 27 people in northern Nigeria. The attack happened in a remote community of Katsina State. Dozens of people have been abducted. Gunmen opened fire inside the mosque as worshippers gathered for morning prayers. Ahmed Idris is in Katsina State with more details.
Survivors of the attack said the gunmen arrived the village early in the morning, in the early hours of Monday morning, and then opened fire on worshippers inside the mosque. They are not saying how many the numbers are, but they said they arrived in large numbers, targeting this particular mosque in a village, and then again targeted another community. We understand that 6 people have been hospitalized because of the attack, in addition to the number of people who have been killed during the mosque attack. Also, we are also hearing about more than 100 people who have been kidnapped in both communities. The attacks, although no one has claimed responsibility, but it's the usual suspect. Katsina State is one of the northern states, northwestern states that have been in the throes of these attacks by armed bandits, criminals that have taken over large swathes of territory in this area and targeting vulnerable communities that are not properly defended by security forces. Right now, what we hear is that what we understand is that Malum Fashi, where this attack happened, is not one of the areas where a truce has been reached by these elements. These elements, in fact, the whole crisis started more than 10 years ago, and it started becoming a criminal enterprise in Zamfara state, and later spread to wider parts of northwestern Nigeria, and now it has spread to the central parts, northeastern part of Nigeria, and even to the south, where several people have been killed or kidnapped for ransom in these areas. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Katsina, Nigeria.
Don't miss out and get the full picture. Subscribe.
Now, the reason why I play this video is for people to see. How many times you see this being played on mainstream media? This is Al Jazeera. But how many when you see this on BBC or CNN or ABC? When you see this by mainstream media playing it? The reason why I play this is, hey God, my God. They are pushing, the United States believe in propaganda. That's how they survive. They believe in narrative. They have a narrative and they push that narrative on their media. They push it. They continue to push it until they push it again and again and again. The issues about Boko Haram, about terrorism. Now the US want to focus this to say Christians are dying. And I said this, and I'm going to say it. If we are not careful, the United States is going to create a proxy war. And that proxy war is going to be a religious war on the African continent. And they will love it. They will love it. Because the independence we are fighting for, the stability we are fighting for, the control of our resources, of our land that we are fighting for, will all be gone. And then we go back to cost 0. And then we'll be fighting each other. Africans will be fighting Africans. But the difference is, one side will be Christian, one side will be Muslim. And then we'll be killing each other. African killing African in the name of religion. Foreign religion. Nasty religion. Stupid religion. Inhumane religion. The two most proliferate religion, bad religion in the world that have killed Christianity and Islamic. Those are the two deadliest religions in the world. Name me religion in the world that have killed more than Christianity and an Islamic religion. Name it. Name it. Traditional religion, African religion, Buddhism? Absolutely not. The two deadliest religions in the world are Christianity and Islamic. The two demanded religions in the world are Christianity and Islamic. The two inhumane religions in the world, Christianity and Islamic. Those are the two deadliest religions in the world. Those two religions, they have destroyed, they have looted, they have killed, they have raped. Those two religions. They have killed, they have looted, rape in the name of God. Christianity and Islamic, they have looted in the name of God, they have raped in the name of God, they have killed in the name of God, they have destroyed life and property in the name of God, they have destroyed society, they have destroyed nations in the name of God. And the West know how to push it. The two most proliferate, deadliest religion in the world are Christianity and Islamic religion. Those are the two religions that have destroyed society. Those are the two religions that have destroyed the world. Those are the two religions that are deceitful. Those are the two religions they are liars. Lies in those two religions. No truth in those two religions, Christianity and Islamic. No truth in it. They are demonic. They are the two most deadliest religions in the world. Name me religion that have killed more than those two religions. Name me religion that believe in war more than those two religions. Name me religion that believe in proxy war, in killing, torturing more than those two religions. Name me it. Name me religion, any religion on the planet Earth. Name me it. I will resign from talking on WCC, from talking on any podcast. I will resign. Naming any religion, any belief system, name it. Naming any belief system that are more deadliest than Christianity and Islamic. Name it. I'll wait. Because there is no religion, there is no belief system in the world that are more deadliest than Christianity and Islamic. That's why I forbade them. I forbade those two religions. Christianity and Islamic, I forbade them. It is only an ignorant soul. It is only an ignorant soul who will be a Christian and then go against somebody who practices the Islamic religion. It is only an ignorant soul, an ignorant African who will practice Islamic religion, go against someone who practices Christianity, and then go knock her and fight each other as an African. Stupidity. Craziness. Africans, why should we always be used by people believe? Your belief system. We have lived on an African continent for centuries. I mean, billions of years, trillions of years, with our beliefs, different beliefs. Until Christianity came, Islamic came. And those two religions, when they came, what did they do? When Islamic came, they killed Africans, forced Africans to join them. Christianity came, forced Africans, killed Africans to join them. Your belief system in Africa, the very belief system will not daily, they did not force you. That's why I forbade Christianity and I forbade Islamic. They are the two most deadliest belief systems in the world. Christianity have destroyed the world, killed, loot, rape, just like the Islamic religion to faith. But today, they push one narrative. Islam is killing Christian. And then you want to go with it. Do you know how many people that practice Islam are being killed by the same Boko Haram? But let's continue here to the main article. Folks, Nigeria and to the African continent. Nigeria is going to be used as an example. But this is what the US and Britain, England, Europe, they have done. You see, these people, when they talk about coming to train your military, It is not training your military in your defense. It is training your military in their defense. And while that training is going on, these people are being educated specifically, not for the interest of that nation, but for the interest of the West. Look, that's why we support the Shahid Nation. What I'm about to read to you today, folks, I blame the past Nigerian leader and I blame the current Nigerian leader. What I'm about to read to you today, I blame the past African leaders, some of them, and the current African leaders, some of them. Hold on. All right, let's continue. Now, what you see on the screen, folks, is very troubling. Let me read to you here. I'm going to take my time and read this article. I'm not really going to explain too much because I want to read this article so that you can see what is happening on the African continent. You know, earlier on, I made a statement. I said, the African continent is engulfed with terrorists. And I said, I throw a challenge to any African leaders. If you want to know terrorists is in your country, just decide today and say, US, Europe, I'm going to find another alternative. Henceforth, from that moment, if you don't see terrorists fighting, killing your people, don't believe me. And I'm going to read this. The US is training oil-rich Nigeria. Listen to this, folks. The US is training oil-rich Nigeria into a proxy for 8th Africa war. This article was written September 18, 2021. Now, the reason why I went back, I want you to see something because there was other article of recent. I didn't want to take recent article and then maybe you're going to see it as bias. You are going to see it as bias because of the current unfolding event going in Nigeria. So what I did, I went a few years back. All right. What I did, I went a few years back. All right. Now, so that is to tell you the recent happening you see in Nigeria, talking about Christian dying. It is not about Christian. They don't care about you and they will never care about you. The people want you to die. The people want to decrease your population. And then you're talking about Christian die. You think it is about you? That is why I went back, years back, so that it can look like we are being biased. So this thing was already in the making. Folks, earlier on I said the past Nigerian government are the problem. And then the current Nigerian government are the problem. But some of the past African leaders are the problem, and some of the current African leaders are the problem. The United States does not care about the stability of Africa. The Europe, US, they don't care. They have always been about their interests, the labor of Africa, the resources of Africa, and that is still their interest. Let me read the headline again. The US is training oil-rich Nigeria into a proxy for 8th Africa war. Now listen, it did not say for 8th Nigeria war. It says for 8th Africa war. Folks, like I said, there's a reason I went back. We take our time to do research to make sure and find the information. Listen to the headline again. Because when people come and tell you it's not about Christianity, and there's some of the Nigerian blockers that don't understand, they stay come up. Christians are dying. We want to see Donald Trump. We want to see American troops. We want to see that. It is not about your so-called Christianity. Stupid religion. Listen to the headline. This was done years back. It did not say Nigeria, it said Africa war. WARS. So many war. Now, what you see on the African continent, that the United States is pushing the narrative. Muslims are killing Christians. Muslims are killing Christians, and they continue to push it. These people plant these things way year back. They planted their seed. They see that is germinating today. Christian, Muslim killing Christian. It was a seed that they planted years back. And today, they are making sure that seed germinate. Let me read again. The U.S. is turning oil-rich Nigeria into a proxy for Africa. For it, Africa. It did not say for war in Nigeria. For it, Africa. And I said this, if we are not careful, there is going to be a religious war on the African continent. Our God. I said this before. And today, I went deeper and deeper and deeper, and I was able to get an article. The U.S. is turning oil-rich Nigeria into a proxy for its Africa war. For its religious war in Africa. Christian versus Muslim will be killing each other on the African continent for stupid religion that they brought to us. The two most proliferate, demonic, and deadliest religion on the African continent. Christianity and Islam. Christianity and Islam. They are the two most deadliest demonic religion in the world. Name me any religion that have killed, that have loot, that believe in war more than Christianity and Islamic. Name me any religion in the world. Name me any religion in the world that is known for destruction other than Christianity and Islamic. Name me them. Let's continue here. I'm going to take my time and read this article because I want to finish. This article is going to be one of the articles since WCC. We will read and finish it. Under the cover of counter-terrorism, AFRICOM is beefing up Nigeria. AFRICOM, the military the United States created in Africa, is beefing up Nigeria military to ensure the free flow of oil to the West. Listen to this, folks. To ensure the free flow of oil to the West. Let me read this again. Under the cover of counter-terrorism, AFRICOM is beefing up the military they create on the African continent that some of you so-called African believe now American citizens or soldiers are coming to die for you people. You will be stupid. AFRICOM is beefing up Nigerian military to ensure the free flow of oil to the West. It have never been about Nigerians. It have never been about Africans, and it will never be. It will never be. Look, folks, I read this article. Let me read. There are some things you don't want to say, and I will never say it. And using a country as a proxy against China. Listen to this. Using the country as a proxy. Now, this article is not recent. This article is not recent. And to some of you Nigerian bloggers, African bloggers, this is for you people. Because you people don't do research as we do. We are presenter. We are Pan-Africanists. Some of you are not presenter. You are just content creators to generate money, to generate income. Pan-Africanism. We Pan-African, we are not there to generate income. Our mission is different from your mission. Let's read. In using the country, Nigeria, as a proxy against China's influence on the continent, on the African continent. Let's read. Last month, Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari wrote and opened in the Financial Times. It might as well have been written by the Pentagon, the US. Buhari promoted brand Nigeria. Buhari promoted brand Nigeria. Ushering the country's military services to Western power. You see what I said? Past Nigerian leader and current Nigerian leader at the province. Buhari promoted brand Nigeria. Ushering, winning it, took her army, took her military, and gave it to Washington, D.C. Do you see why the Buhari government did not fight Boko Haram? Do you see why the Tinubu government is not fighting Boko Haram? Oh my God, let's think. The article, we will finish it by fire, by force. By fire, by force. That is why these people will call and say, hey, Nigeria, do not touch Boko Haram. Do not fight Boko Haram. Because it is the US that is funding Boko Haram, according to Scott Perry, through USAID. And by the way, USAID is a body of the United States, being used in other countries to carry on their foreign policy. It is an arm of the CIA. It is an arm of the US government to carry on the foreign policy. So Buhari took the Nigerian government and ushered it to the United States. I'm just reading. I didn't make this up. I'm reading, right? I found it through research. Now, ushering the country military services, to Western power, telling readers that Nigeria will lead Africa war on terrorists in an exchange for foreign infrastructure investment. Nigeria, what have the foreign infrastructure investment that has been carried on by the US in Nigeria that your president took the military services to protect you and put it in the hands of Washington, D.C.? Are there any infrastructure development? First of all, any nation army, it is the last thing that you should tamper with. But you took your military services and gave it to a foreigner in exchange of infrastructure. Folks, this is why the United States and Europe, I don't blame them. They believe that there is no nation in Africa that is independent. This is why Washington, D.C. and Europe continue to do what they want to do. This is why they continue to push their agenda. They continue to push their ideology. This is why they continue to think about Africa the way they think. I don't blame them, though. Why? Oh my God. Why will a nation take your military and give it to foreigner in exchange of infrastructure? What kind of infrastructure that is more? Let's read. I don't want to be talking too much because it's boiling my blood. So you bloggers, Nigerian bloggers, Mama Grace Lane, These are the things you guys should do research sometime too. If you really love Nigeria and love Africa, don't just come out when these Westerners say something. They have never been true to Africa and they will never be true to Africa. Never. Even to the next war. Never. Even to y'all go heaven. Y'all meet each other. I don't know whether there is heaven where Jesus sitting there waiting for you guys. In our heaven, you will never be part of that heaven. As long as there is where Jesus sitting to that gate, you will not enter. So understand the foundational issues of Nigeria before asking for military. Because in the first place, your military services have been given to Washington, D.C. So you should be asking Washington, D.C., Buhari gave us our military services to you. And up to now, you have not been able to fight Boko Haram because by right, the Nigerian, oh my God. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. Telling readers that Nigeria will lead Africa war on terrorists in an exchange for foreign infrastructure investment. Though some believe the war on terrorists, WOT, went down with the U.S. departure from Afghanistan. Hey, says the threat it was supposed to address bring firstly on my continent. That means, even though the United States did not win the war in Afghanistan and it departed from Afghanistan, the threat now shift to the African continent. Let's continue here. Let's read. Be with me, folks. There is a lot of things you have to learn from this article. What you see in Nigeria, it is not about Christianity. They don't care about you African lives. With Boko Haram, an Islamic state operating in, first of all, what made Boko Haram an Islamic state? So that means Boko Haram by itself is a state in Nigeria. Listen to this, folks. Listen to this. Boko Haram is a state already by itself in Nigeria. They are not seeing it as a terrorist group, as a bad. No, they are seeing it as a state in Nigeria already. Let's continue. With Boko Haram, an Islamic state operating in Nigeria or near Nigeria. Listen to this. Oh God. So Boko Haram, right? They already have their place is not part of Nigeria according to this report. It is a state near Nigeria, not in Nigeria. So that means the ground Boko Haram on, these terrorists are on, it is not Nigeria. It is not part of Nigeria. It is near Nigeria. Oh my God. Let me read. With Boko Haram, an Islamic state operating in and near Nigeria, preaching a WOT, war on terrorists, narrative is easy. But counter-terrorist mean imperial intervention. So why is the Pentagon really interested in Nigeria? Listen to this. Why is the Pentagon solely interested in Nigeria, a country with a GDP of around 430 billion, some 300 billion, less than the Pentagon annual budget? Listen to this. They are trying to tell us the Pentagon, just an institution or an entity, if I will put it that way, an entity, right? For lack of a better word, just an entity within the US. Their budget is more than the Nigerian GDP, Nigeria GDP. So if just the Pentagon budget is more than the Nigeria as a whole GDP, why will the United States have an interest in Nigeria? It is not about you so-called Christian. It is not about you so-called Christian. First of all, the Islamic group in our region was created by American taxpayer money, according to Scott Perry. Let's continue here. Why is the Pentagon solely interested in Nigeria, a country with a GDP of around 430 billion, some 300 billion, less than the Pentagon annual budget, a population with a 40% absolutely poverty rate, a population with a 40% absolutely poverty rate, and an infant mortality rate of 76 deaths. 76 death per thousands life birth compared to 5.6% per thousands in the US. Yeah. Let me read this. A population of 40% absolute poverty. Nigeria is 40% when it comes to poverty rate. 40%, right? Now, and then it said infant mortality rate, 74 deaths per. There are 74 deaths of infant mortality rate per thousands life. That means every thousands persons, a baby or infant being born in Nigeria, 74% die. Or 70, there are 74 deaths. Unlike compared to the US, out of thousands births, right, there are only 5.6 per thousands in the US that die. So why will the US be interested in a country of that poverty rate? Let's continue. Let's read. It is not about you so-called Christian, because the most deadliest religion in the world are Christianity and Islamic. They are the most deadliest and demonic religion in the world. They don't care about life. They have destroyed the two most proliferate religions that have destroyed the earth, that have killed and loot and raped Christianity and Islamic. Now, you can be Christian, get in your feelings, go to hell, I don't care. You can be Muslim, get in your feelings and go to hell, I don't care. Because I'm speaking facts, I'm speaking reality. Name me any religion in the world that have looted, that have killed, that have raped more than Christianity and Islamic or Islam. Name me any religion in the world that have loot, kill, rape, murderer than Christianity and Islam. Name me any religion, name me any belief system. So you can go to hell, I don't care. The most deadliest and demonic religion in the world are Christianity and Islam. Let's continue. A U.S. Navy postgraduate school doctorate thesis from over a decade ago offer a plausible explanation. The Gulf of Guinea, Nigeria, listen to you people. This is how the issue of Nigeria started. We're going to go to the Biafra War, everything. How it was funded and supported by the US and Europe. Listen to this. A US Navy postgraduate school doctorate thesis from over a decade ago offered a publicist explanation, a publishable explanation. The Gulf of Guinea formed impact by Nigeria coastline has large deposit of hydrocarbon and other natural resources. It added, there is now a stiff international competition. Nigeria, listen to why they say they want to come and protect Christians. There is now a stiff international competition among nations, including the United States, some European countries, China, Japan, and India. Let's continue here. I'm going to take my time. I'm not going to explain. Since there have been competitions, right? Since there have been competition, things have changed. The United States now, okay, let's continue. Since then, the U.S. has been quietly transforming Nigeria police. Listen to this. Since then, the U.S. has been quietly transforming Nigeria police and military into a neo-colonial force that can support mission led by the U.S. Africa Command. That can support mission led by the U.S. Africa Command. So the AFRICOM on the African continent, it was never funded to fight terrorists or to counter terrorists. It was funded to support the mission and interests of the U.S. by the local army doing the dirty deal. Folks, earlier on today, I made a statement. I said the war I was in Liberia, it was never a civil war. Let's continue. We're going to get to a place. Let's continue. Now, that came to mind on another research that I found when I was deeper to understand the causes of the war, the other 9 factors of the war in Liberia. I found out that in that article about Liberia, the United States bought ECWA, sponsored ECWA and AU, and told them never ever to step in Liberia for peacekeeping. And the United States, they told ECWA and AU, when US ready for peace in Liberia, they will tell ECWA and AU to move in. When I went through that article, man, my blood was boiling. My blood was boiling. And the reason why my blood was boiling, I'm not going to say that today because it's not about Liberia today. But my blood boiled. Getting to know that the US told ECWA and AU never ever to step in Liberia for peacekeeping. When the US ready for peace to go in Liberia, they would tell ECWA and AU to go in, and that's what exactly happened. Let's continue here. Let's continue. Maybe another topic, the day anything about Liberia will speak. But the war that was in Liberia was never a civil war. As we continue to dig, we continue to find. Let's read along. Since then, the U.S. has been quietly transforming Nigeria police and military into a neo-colonial force that can support mission led by the U.S. Africa Command. Buhari offer makes U.S. involvement in Nigeria appear as if Nigeria is asking for help, when in fact the stage is already set for AFRICOM. Let's continue. The Pentagon bordered him. The Pentagon broadened him. Listen to this. The Pentagon broadened him is to stop China. Listen to this, folks. You Nigerian, the bloggers, some of you made we to go beyond to do research to find out the true mission of the US in Nigeria. Because the way in which you carry on, there's Muslim and Christian things, which of course you guys are all happy to create a conflict between the two religions. Because if they start in Nigeria, I will tell you, that is why I'm going to go across the African continent. Africa war that have been created by American or Washington, D.C. influence of that narrative. Christians are dying. And then you see Muslims and Christians fighting all across the African continent. It be called religious war. The Pentagon broader aim is to stop China and Russia from gaining a foothold on the continent. The United States is not coming for competition. Europe, they are not coming for competition. Look, all these colonial nations that enslaved and colonized the African continent, they don't believe in competition. They don't believe in competition. They believe in exploitation. They believe in dehumanization. They believe in taking advantage of you. That's what they believe in. So their aim on the African continent is not about because Muslim killing Christian. Why are they not talking about the people that are sponsoring the Muslim jihadi, the Muslim Islamic, the Muslim Boko Haram? Why are they not talking about it? According to Scott Perry, the United States Congress that he worked in, he's a good man, by the way, because he exposed them. He's a good man, like many U.S. congressmen who are good in exposing the D of the U.S. According to Scott Perry, the Muslim Islamic group, the Muslim Jihadi group, the Muslim Access group are sponsored by U.S. taxpayers' money through the CIA and USAID. So the aim of the Pentagon, the U.S., is to stop China and Russia from gaining a foothold on the continent. In the meantime, its aim is to crush CRUSH. Did you remember the statement that Donald Trump made? We will move in Nigeria and crush everything. We will move in Nigeria and destroy everything. Did you remember? Let's continue. In the meantime, its aim is to crush any and all opposition group. That means even Africans. Here you go. Listen to this. In the meantime, while the U.S. is fighting ways to stop China and Russia, they are also on the African continent to crush any opposition group that will try to disrupt energy supply. Ego. Listen to this, folks. Let me read this. Like I said, I will finish this article by fire by force. If you want to go get your popcorn, go get your popcorn and come. Take your popcorn and come. Go get your Coke, your Pepsi, sit down. Look, this, today, I am your movie. We are in a movie theater. Relax. Go and get your pizza. Come, sit down and eat. Today, you are in a movie theater. Sit down and watch this brilliant and cool movie. While the US and Europe, they are trying to stop China and Russia from gaining foothold on the African continent. The US and Europe are also on the African continent, trying to crush down every opposition that will want to disrupt energy supply to their oil giant. Oh my God. Let me read. The Pentagon broader aim is to stop China and Russia from gaining a foothold on the African continent. In the meantime, it aims to crush any and all opposition groups that disrupt energy supply so that oil giant can continue exploiting Nigeria resources. Do you see that? Do you see that? Do you see the aim of the US? It's not about, you know what? South China and Russia, they are coming to compete with us on the African continent. What can we do better so that the Africans will continue to do business with us? What are the Chinese, instead of them studying, what are the Chinese bringing in? What are the Russians bringing in that will make Africans to leave us to find another alternative, to go to China. What are the better deal that the Chinese or the Russians are giving to Africans that we are not giving to them? You know what? Why can't we mop up our deal over China, deal over Russia deal, so that the Africans, when they compare the Chinese and the Russian deal, they will see that we have better options for their development, for their independence. Instead of we continuing this colonial policy and idea, with China and Russia coming in, now with colonial policy and idea, now with subjugation, now with sanction, now with threat, it's going to be difficult for us. What model can we do better that will offer better alternative than the one the Chinese or the Russians are bringing in, so that the African will continue to do business for us, so that at least we can be able to still benefit from the African resources. Instead of the Americans or Washington, D.C. doing it, they don't want to. But see what they are trying to do. In the meantime, its aim is to crush any and all opposition groups that will want to disrupt energy supply, so that the oil giant can continue to exploit the Nigerian oil, the African resources, for the benefit of Europe and America. Let's continue. So, for some of you so-called Christian, that demonic religion, that Islamic demonic religion you also believe in, you're in it until you're going against your own brothers and sisters. A religion that kill and loot, and they brought it to you people, and then you base on it, and then you want to go knock her head to destroy each other. Let's continue with this. It is not about that. It is about your resources. They don't care about your life. They never care, and they never will. Let's read a brief history of a complex country called Nigeria. Now, we will not read all the history because there are many things I want us to discuss. It is important to get an idea of Nigeria ethnic and regional complexity. The country, 206 million people, nearly half of whom are Muslim and nearly half Christian, live north of the equator in West Africa. The country has 36 states, even of which are coastal. The country borders Cameroon in the west, Benin in the west, the country borders Cameroon in the east, Benin in the west, Chad northeast, and Niger north and northwest. The U.S. Strategic Studies Institute report from the mid-1990s described Nigeria as an artificial state. This is how even Liberia, the U.S. think about Liberia. When Liberia got her so-called independent in Maserado, because after Maserado was the Liberia, America did not honor it because they see it as an artificial state created. Let's read this. So Nigeria, some of you need to go study your history, your African story, because in fact, Nigeria history is Africa's story. The same thing they think about Nigeria, that's how they think about Africa holistically. Let's read. A U.S. Strategic Studies Institute from the mid-1990s describe ES, not even ED. So that means it's current. It's current. DESCRIBES, not BED. Not BED. BES. So that means it's current. That's how they think about Nigeria today. Let's read. In the 90s, described Nigeria as an artificial state created according to colonial policy to ethnic, religion, and class welfare. The majority of Nigerian Muslims are Sunni, but Islam in the country span the spectrum from Sufism to Salafism. The Christian population is distributed among the Protestant majority as well as the Anglicans, Baptists, Evangelical, Catholics, Methodists, and Roman Catholics. Most of Nigerian Muslims live in the north, in 12 states, whose laws are based on Shahara. These are all demonic religion. These are all deceitful religion. These are all inhumane religion. The two most proliferate, deadliest religion on planet Earth are Christianity and Islam. They have caused most chaos, more damage, inhumane. They have raped, loot, and murdered than any other belief system on planet Earth. Let's read. Nigeria boasts hundreds of languages and ethnicity, the largest group being Hausa, who make up 30% of the population, Yoruba, 15.5%, Igbo, aka Igbo, I-B-O, aka Igbo, 15.2%, and Fulani, 6%. There are, of course, exceptions, but in general, the Hausa, Fulani, and Kaori people tend to be Muslim, and the Igbo, Ajo, and Ojini, Christian. Islam and Christianity tend to be mixed among Yoruba. During the late 19th century, scramble of Africa. During the late 19th century, scramble for Africa, the British colonized the region. Christianizing the South, living in place. Listen to this. Christianizing the South, living in place. Because imagine, before the transatlantic slave trade, there was the Arab slave trade. And that's how this region became Muslim. That's how this region became Muslim, through the Arab slave trade. And then when the transatlantic slave trade came, subsequent to the 19th century, Christianity came. So during the late 19th century, scramble for Africa, the British colonized the region, Christianizing the South and leaving in place the Islamist political structure. Now, there was a reason they left it in place. Imagine divide and conquer. Listen to this, folks. There was a reason they left it in place. And the reason going to explain itself in this reading. During the late 19th century, the scramble for Africa, the British came and colonized the regions, Christianizing the South, bringing Christianity. Christianity was not there before the 19th century. Christianity was not there. Now, Islam was never there before the transatlantic slave trade. We practice our own religion, our own belief system. We practice it. Okay? Until the Arab slave trade came. And then they enslaved them, brought Islam. Then when the transatlantic slave trade came, then subsequent to the 19th century, the Christianity religion came and Christianized the South in our region. And then leaving the Islamic political structure, leaving the Islamic political structure in the North, both for convenience. Listen to this. Why they left it there? They left it there for convenience sake and as a useful divide and rule techniques. You see, during the late 19th century, the scramble for Africa, the British colonized the region, Christianizing the South and leaving in place the Islamic political structure in the North, both for convenience and as a useful divide and rule technique. Let's continue. So, those of you that are talking about, oh, they are killing Christian, or Donald Trump want to come, or American government want to come. Let's read. Let's read. Black gold. Black gold. British rule. Black gold. British rule. Let's continue. Drawing up contract for energy companies. The Foreign Office, FO, created a monopoly for Anglo-Persian oil. Later, that became BP. Later became BP, the Anglo-Persian oil. Later became BP. And particularly the Shahid. Now, prospective contracts were awarded by the FO. The BP, but at that time was called the FO, right? Foreign Office. Foreign Office. Foreign Office name have been changed to BP in the late 1930s. But it was as late as 1956 that financially viable amount of black gold were struck. Most of the country oil is in the softening. Most of the Nigerian oil is in the softening Niger Delta region, populated by the Ajor and the Ogini people. Hence, there is little militant Islamate in Nigeria illicit oil sector. Share operation began in Oni land, in Ogoni land in 1958. Listen to this. It's deeper than what you think. It's not about Christianity. Nigeria gained slow and painful independence. Listen to this. Nigeria gained slow and painful independence from the British in 1960. 7 years later, Igbo fought a war of secession in the oil-rich South to try to form their own country. The Republic of Biafra. We get in there. Honor one Nigeria policy. The British supported the central region of General Yakubu Gowon during the Biafra War. So you see what they did? The British go one side, support one side. Today, America is coming, support one side. Let's continue this. The Republic of Biafra honor one Nigeria policy. The British supported the central region of General Yakubu Gowon during the Biafra War. Fighting the blockage led to 3 million deaths. Nigeria, the British government did not come in to say, listen, war is not good. Stop the war. There shouldn't be Biafra and this and that and that. British did not do that. But instead, they supported one side to go against one side. Destabilization. That's what the British government did. Let's continue with this. And in the end, Biafra failed. Let's continue. Because they needed support, right? Ammunition. They failed. And today, we know what's going on. But let's continue. That's the same thing they want to do today. It is not about you. It is about countering China and Russia in the region. Imagine Buhari, let's say Tinubu just went to Nigeria. to Russia. Let's say not Russia, but China. Sorry, to be specific, China. And this year, 2025 of October, the Chinese government spent about $24 to $25 billion. We're talking about $1 billion to build infrastructure. Not a military, not Nigerian military like the US always do. They believe in empowering military to go against their own citizens. But the Chinese came and said, we're going to build infrastructure. That this year, the Chinese government has spent 24 to 25 billion in Nigeria to build infrastructure for Nigerians to produce their own oil, for Nigerians to get to work. And in that, China will get her cut. But Nigeria will take charge. So you imagine when Donald Trump made that statement, we will go and blew everything and crash everything. And the Chinese government came out and said, we dare you try it. We already have our $25 billion investment there. We got our interest. Just how you think you got your interest, you want to come and counter-terrorist us, you want to come and fight Russia and China, we're going to fight back. So what they did, after the Chinese signal warning, Washington, D.C. came out with another tactics. Okay, we're going to say Christians are dying. And then we're going to sponsor some bishops. We're going to sponsor some Christians. And then they will be the one to come out. So we will make the citizens themselves to go against the government. Let's continue here. Let's read. The UK Labour government, Commonwealth Minister George Thomas explained at that time the role that saw immediate British, listen to this, the sought immediate British interest in Nigeria is that the Nigerian economy should be brought back. During the war now, during the Biafra war and stuff, you see, the British government was not talking about the life of the Biafran or the life of Nigerian that got lost. They were not talking about that. But during that time, look at what the British government said. The sole immediate British interest in Nigeria is that the Nigerian economy should be brought back to a condition in which the British, right? Our subsistence trade and investment in the country can be further developed. And particularly, so we can gain access, the British government, the Europe can gain access to important oil installation. Let's continue. As the British Empire declined, what happened? The U.S. gradually pursued the same policy in Nigeria. The same policy in Nigeria. And what was that policy? The same policy in Nigeria was, listen to this, was, let me read it, was the sole immediate U.S. interest in Nigeria is that the Nigerian economy should be brought to U.S. Should be brought back to a condition in which, and those conditions will not be a condition that will favor the Nigerian people, the African people. It should be brought back to a condition in which the United States subsistence trade and investment in the country can be further developed, and particularly so that the U.S. can gain access to important oil installation. As the British Empire declined, the U.S. gradually pursued the same policy in Nigeria. At first, the U.S. considered supporting Biafra. You see? Oh, God. At first, the U.S. considered supporting Biafra. Then what happened? Look, folks, Nigerian, you better think twice. Go to your government and work with your government and put things in place in order to support, to join ally with the AES. Because that is the only solution to Africa. We uniting. If Africa want to fight terrorists, we have to unite. If Africa want to fight terrorism, we have to kick out all military base, foreign military base out of Africa. Because they are the ones supporting the terrorists. They are the ones giving the army, ammunition, vehicles, artillery, weapons to the terrorists. We have to kick out all foreign military out of the African continent. And then ally with each other on the African continent to fight the terrorists. Because you see, as Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are fighting the terrorists come to Nigeria. And then regroup themselves and then go back. And then when they hit them, they come to Nigeria. So if we unite, come together and fight, there will be no terrorists on the African continent. Because who will supply them? When you take the African out of Africa, take foreign bases out, who will supply them again? No one will supply them. As the British Empire declined, the U.S. gradually pursued the same policy in Nigeria. At first, the U.S. considered supporting Biafra. What then happened? Nobody knows, right? Let's continue. They will tell you. Because they saw that if they support Biafra, their interest will not be. They will not get what they want. Biafra may still lose. And people may understand, the Nigerian may understand their aim. Let's continue. The Kennedy, JF Kennedy, the Kennedy administration initiated 170 million. So after they decided that, no, you know what, we can't support Biafra, we'll lose. What then happened? Let's continue. The Kennedy administration initiated 170 million in economic and military spending in Nigeria under a plan that continued until 1966. Into the Johnson administration, William Harvey North, who served as the director for Central and West Africa Affairs for the U.S. Agency of International Development, USAID. Does that ring a bell? Does that ring a bell? Let me read that again. William Harvey North, who served as the director for Central and West Africa Affairs for the U.S. Agency of International Development. U.S. Agency of International Development. Does that ring a bell? USAID said the issue of supporting Biafra was also tied up with the question of oil interest. Do you see that? So, folks, some of you that are supporting, oh, Christians are dying, we need Donald Trump to come, we need the U.S. military to come. Listen, today is not about you, it is about the interest. Their interest in oil is about the interest of your resources. So, they're the one that asked this question. Listen to this. This was William Harvey North who said the issue of supporting Biafra, because they went in, they wanted to support the Biafra, right? But they said, the issue of supporting Biafra is about our interest. It's about the oil. So if we support the Biafra and the Biafra win, do you think these people will serve our interest? Because at the end of the day, it's about the oil. It's about the Nigerian resources. It is not about their life. It's not about Nigeria. So, folks, it is not about the Christian. So let's read. They're the one asking this question. That's why they did not support the Biafra, because according to them, at first, they wanted to support the Biafra. But now, in doing that, they decided that, when we do this, what will happen? So they start asking questions. The issue of supporting Biafra was also tied with the question of the oil interest. The major part of the oil, the major part of the oil reserve in Nigeria were in the eastern region with substantial American oil company investment. So now, some of you that like to talk about Western investment, Western investment, international investment. Their investment there is not to come and empower your country or empower your people or build infrastructure. Their investment is to come with their machines to drain the oil and take the raw material. Let's continue here. The issue of supporting Biafra was also tied with the question of oil interest. The major part of the oil reserve in Nigeria were in the eastern region with substantial American oil company investment. In 1978, the U.S. Navy Sixth Fleet began the regular exercise in the Gulf of Guinea that continue to today, that continue to present. Let's read. So it is not about Christian, it is about your resources. They've been stealing and looting from you. This is just a new technique of how they can continue. Because America's interest in the regions is declining or have declined due to another alternative of China. Let's read. Enter Uncle Sam. In 1990, the Nigeria-dominated economic community of West Africa state, ECOWA, right? Or ECO, sorry, ECO, 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 established a military wing. The so-called monetary group called ECOMO in 1990. The so-called monetary group ECOMO. Now listen to this. Oh my God, listen to this. George H. W. Bush administration contributed 100 million. The succeeding Clinton, who succeeded Clinton? The succeeding Clinton White House said that, listen to this insult. Listen to the insult. The succeeding Clinton White House said that for so-called peacekeeping operation in other African countries, listen to this. For so-called peacekeeping. That means it was not about peacekeeping purpose. The George Bush administration contributed 100 million for the so-called peacekeeping operation in other countries like Liberia and Sierra Leone. So it was not about peace in all of our so-called peacekeeping. It was not about peace. So the war in Liberia, it was not civil war. It was a calculated and planned war, which we have researched that we know now. Nigeria provided most of the muscle at this point. The seed were sold for Nigeria used as a delegate for U.S. war in Africa. Listen to this. For U.S. war in Africa, for U.S. war in Liberia, for U.S. war in Sierra Leone. That is why in another research that I did, like I said, the United States told ECOWA and AU not to step in Liberia. They said, when we're ready, we will allow you to go in. We will allow peace to go to Liberia when we are ready. So the aim of the U.S. was to make sure Liberia is destabilized because Togo have turned to Russia for power, for support. They killed Togo. Dog came. They killed Togo and they put Dog in. They said Dog killed Togo. Dog did not kill Togo. According to Togo's wife, a white hand, somebody hand. That was not a black hand that killed Togo. It was a white man. White hand, I mean white people killed Togo. Subsequent that, or henceforth Dog came, they put Dog in. Later on, though began to turn to Russia to use stubborn policy. They went in, they slaughtered Dole. What they did, they decided that, you know what? We have to bring war to destabilize the entire region. We have to bring war in Liberia to destabilize Liberia, and then it be finished. Because if we don't do that, if another person come in 1 or 2 years, they will get to understand. Because they see where Dawkins and Dawn understood Toba plan. They see where Dawkins, when he was ignorant, we keep Toba and we put Dawn in, and then Dawkins in after a few years, Dawn became smart and decided to go with Toba plan. That's the same way, if we don't destabilize Liberia, if we don't bring war in Liberia to spoil the whole thing, if another person come in, after 1 or 2 years, they will still go with Toba plan. And then they will change on us. Listen to this. At this point, the seed, S-E-E-D-S, the seed the United States sowed in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, succeeded. Let me read this again. The succeeding Clinton, George W. Bush, said, ECOMO funded the $1 million that it gave to Nigeria, right, was for a so-called peacekeeping operation in other African countries like Liberia and Sierra Leone. Nigeria provided most of the muscle at this point. The seed of the U.S. were soon for Nigeria used as a delegate for Nigeria to serve as the delegate for the U.S. war in Africa. Do you remember earlier on we read today that Buhari carried on the seed that the United States sowed in Africa, where Buhari gave the United States military service, the Nigerian military services to U.S. in exchange for Western development, and took the military and gave it to U.S. Nigeria, that's why you can't fight Boko Haram. Because the Nigerian army, the service said the Nigerians supposed to provide for you, they gave it to the U.S. So the U.S. control it. That's why you can't fight Boko Haram. And then behind you, the U.S. supporting Boko Haram to destroy your life, according to Scott Perry. Everything we say here, we're going to say according, when we come to that part, according to Scott Perry. All right? Now, so you see the war that was in Liberia. They created a war in Liberia. Most of you Liberians think it was a civil war. We understand, because it was Liberian that was killing Liberian. But how did you get a weapon? There is the same way when the war started in Africa between Muslims and Christians, they will support our ammunition. Then we say it is a religious war. Not only we are fighting a battle to destabilize the entire African continent for them. Let's continue here. Now you know the war that was in Liberia was caused by the U.S., right? We got evidence to it. There are war and things. We got it. But Liberia will still sit down and say Liberia is a stepchild to America. That's why America will continue to treat Liberia like a stepchild. Let's continue. By the dawn of the new millennium, the 3rd Special Forces Group Army Command was training Nigerian battalion to assist United Nations support mission. That is why war, right, in the African nations continue to go on, because these people control every entity that's supposed to protect and save Africans' life. These people support it. The Nigerian military enjoyed tens of millions of dollars worth of U.S. weapons. Now, let me move down because we're taking a long time on this. Let me go down here. You know what? Let me read something here. There's something I want to read here about the share. Now, meanwhile, let me read something. I can't leave this out. I can't leave this out. Meanwhile, indigenous activities suffering under oil spills and environmental destruction established the movement for the survival of the Ogoni people. Let's read here. None of this group leaders, including King Saro Wawe, were later arrested on trumped up charges and executed by the national military that have been funded by share. S-H-E-L-L. Does that ring a bell? The oil company. To act as its own private army. Imagine. Foreign company went to Nigeria. And this is happening in all African nations. Foreign company went to Nigeria. And then this foreign company, they funded their own private military, African groups, right? Now, the oil spill in Nigeria. The oil spill and killing Africans, destroying the water body, destroying the land. Then a group of Africans stood up to talk against the share. What happened? The army that was funded by share went and caught these Africans who grouped themselves to talk against share that you are polluting our water body, our land. What happened? They slaughtered and killed these leaders, these people, these Nigerians. History is repeating itself again. And nothing came from Isa. Private military, funded by share, they slaughtered these Nigerians from speaking out. The murderers sparked international outrage and activities and activists successfully pressure the U.S. to terminate military aid. So you see how the United States military aid to African nations, you see how they operate. That is why when they train your military, just make sure they are not training your military in your interest. When they're giving aid to your military, make sure they are not giving aid for military for your interest. When they're giving vehicles, they are not giving it for your interest. The murderers sparked international outrage and activists successfully pressured the U.S. to terminate military aid. General Sanid Abacha, under whose dictatorship the Ogoni 9 were hanged, established a multinational joint task force, MNJTF, to fight both activists and gang. Imagine that. The MNJTF was later centered in Chad and used as a base from which to fight Boko Haram. So Boko Haram started way back, right? Listen to this. All right. In 1990, Nigeria ended its military rule, at least on paper. I mean, it's not real. By the mid-2000s, Human Rights Watch wrote that under the facade of parliamentarian democracy, the conduct of many public officials and government institutions is so perversely marked by violence and corruption as to more resemble criminal activities than democratic governance. Now, I'm going to go a little down. With the Ogonians, Ajui, and other Niger Delta people crash with force, some turn to violence, following lobby about share, Nigeria old colonial master, the UK, began spending taxpayer money on military operation to counter armed group. 12 million between 2001 and 2014, when campaign against the armed trade, CAAT co-author their report. Okay, let me go down here. Now, Nigeria and the war on terror, Western propaganda paid less attention to share. After share, when that happened, right? Western propaganda paid less attention to share. After share, police or soldiers kill people who have rallied to talk against the oil spill. Western propaganda pays less attention to share systemic violence against the Ogonians and the other people, focusing instead on the more headline grabbing resistance. So you see, Western propaganda focused on Nigerian that was resisting. They share that, hey, we don't want share in our country. They are polluting our land. They are doing that, right? Their propaganda shifted. Their propaganda shifted from what the people was going through, but then it went towards the people that was resisting, such as high-profile reasoning, kidnapping, and pipeline disruption. So they were saying that the citizens were kidnapping, and then they were also disrupting the pipeline whatsoever. Let's go down here. Propaganda. It was not about the people yesterday. It is not still about the people today. Let's go down here. All right. Follow down. Let's see here. Let me try to connect. Okay. The report also noted how the Nigerian armed forces. Okay, let's read here. The UK warmed up a training of Nigerian military, while the US used Chad as a base for its war on terror. Operation. The Pan Shahid Initiative, covering Chad, Mali, Mauritania, and Niger, and Trans-Sahara Counterterrorism Partnership, which included Algeria, Morocco, Nigeria, and Tunisia. AFRICOM initiate operation in Nigeria involved maritime training and integrating the country forces with those of other African nations to foster Pan-African military alliance. Now, these are all long term. With all these things, why have they not succeed in ending terrorism on the African continent? To answer this question, folks, US, UK, they are not on the African continent to end terrorism. They are there to continue terrorism. That is why, according to Scott Perry, their NGO, their organization, continue to form terrorists, continue to aid them, continue to give them medical support, continue to give them trust, continue to give them ammunitions. That is what they are there for. In 8 earlier years, AFRICOM paid little attention to Boko Haram. In context of the war on terrorists, the Pentagon saw Boko Haram as an opportunity. They saw Boko Haram as an opportunity to train Nigerian military and employ it for its objective. Employ it for the objective, for the interest of the US. And that's the same thing they are doing today. They're using Christians are dying for their own mission, for their own objective, to counter China in Nigeria. Instead of them saying, listen, if China can spend 25 billion, listen, Nigeria, we can spend 50 billion to build the infrastructure China want to build. And then in return, we want to get maybe this percentage of your oil so that we can also be able to sustain our economy. But the US does not like competition. The US does not compete. They use their aggression, their military aggression, their old colonial aggression. In the context of war on terrorists, the Pentagon saw Boko Haram as an opportunity to train Nigerian military and employ it for its objective. The primary US goal, listen to this. The primary US goal was ensuring that the oil-rich region did not fall into enemy hands. Did not fall into enemies' hands. Today, China is also the enemy to them. Let's continue here. The Congressional Research Service noted that by the time Africa was founded in the late 2000s, African supplied the United States, African supply, that means the United States with roughly, listen to this, listen to this. Oh God, oh my God. The Congressional Research Service noted that by the time Africa was founded in the late 2000s, Africa supplied the United States with roughly the same amount of crude oil as the Middle East. So when Africa was founded in 2000, so you see the purpose of Africa. And by the way, Africans are only to places where there are major resources. Working along with the tourists. Working along with the tourists. According to the Congressional Research Service, noted that by the time Africa was founded in the late 2000s, Africa supplied the United States with roughly the same amount of crude oil as the Middle East. An Armed Service Committee report in 2011 noted Nigeria oil-rich Niger Delta is a major source of oil for the United States. Is a major source of oil for the United States. Also of the Middle East. The U.S. Embassy information. The U.S. Energy Information Administration states Nigeria is the largest oil producer in Africa. It holds the exporter of liquid. It holds the largest natural gas service reserve. It holds the largest natural gas reserve on the continent, and was the world's 5th largest exporter of liquefied natural gas. The country has 37 billion barrels of proven crude, second only to Libya, which was bombed, which the United States bombed, which NATO bombed to pioneer by the US and NATO in 2011. Nigeria, You calling for the US to come in Nigeria, it is not in your interest. The same way they destroy Libya for the oil, for their interest, that's how they are coming. They're not trying to say when they come, they will crush everything. So sit down there and allow few bishops, few pastors who have already been paid millions of dollars. When the war break out, when the tension break out, these bishops, these pastors, they will come in the West with the money already given to them in a bank, and they sit and enjoy. Nigeria is the largest oil producer in Africa. It holds the largest natural gas reserve on the African continent and was the world's 5th largest exporter of liquefied gas, natural gas. The country has 37 billion barrels of proven crude oil, second only to Libya, which was bombed to pioneer. Which was bombed to pieces by the US and NATO in 2011. Which was bombed to pieces by the US and NATO in 2011. Which was destroyed in pieces by the US and NATO in 2011. Let's continue here. Building a separate state. Building a separate state. In June 2014, it was reported that 650 person unit, the Nigerian Army, 143 battalion, was set up on a group and trained by U.S. Special Forces from the Californian Army National Guard, Special Operation Detachment, U.S. Northern Command, and Company A, 5th Battalion, 19 Special Forces Group Airborne. By then, the Nigerian Army was active in 30 out of the 36. In 30 out of the 36 states. In 30 out of the country 36 states. Let's read here. The chief of the U.S. Army Africa Security Cooperation Division, Colonel John D. Ruffin, said, "It is not peacekeeping." Listen to this. I'm not the one saying it. This is a U.S. commander speaking. It is not peacekeeping. Now, if it is not peacekeeping, what is it for? Listen to this. The chief of the army, the chief of the U.S. Army Africa Security Cooperation Division, Colonel D. John Ruffin, said, it is not peacekeeping. It is every bit of what we call decisive action. This is bigger than what you think. It is not peacekeeping. It is not about peacekeeping. It is a very bit of what we call decisive action. Meaning, those soldiers will go in harm. Those soldiers will go in harm way to conduct counter-insurgency operation. One U.S. soldier said, this is a classic special forces mission training. An indigenous force in a remote area, in an outsourced environment, to face a very real threat. You know what that means? According to Scott Perry, according to the U.S. Congressman, the United States is funding Boko Haram through USAID with United States taxpayer money. That is why it is a threat. That is why it is not a peacekeeping, because you can't say peacekeeping and then you are the one at the same time funding the terrorists. And then at the same time telling or limiting ammunition for the national army of a nation. And then when the state want to go to all people to ban arms, you tell people, no, do not sell ammunition to Nigeria. Do not sell ammunition to Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. So that's why this U.S. Army general said it was not a peacekeeping, it was a threat, it was a harm, it was decisive, putting these people in harm. You say you're training them, but you are limiting them from weapon, giving a weapon to the terrorists, and then sending them there to go and die. How would they fight? The terrorists have more sophisticated weapons. I didn't say it. These are some good U.S. folks or forces or some U.S. folks in the army that said this. No, you are putting Africans in danger. This is not peacekeeping. This is not training. You are funding Boko Haram. You are funding terrorists, giving them ammunition, giving them weapons, giving them modern artillery weapons, giving them cars. But then you are limiting the army. And then you're sending them there to go die. There's a threat. There's a suicide. And Scott Perry couldn't have said it better to expose them. Nigeria. These are the people you are counting on to come in your country. They create the chaos, capitalize on the chaos, and move in and loot your resources. Now, grave zone warfare against China. We almost finished, folks. Having left operation to special forces, AFRICOM is now tasked with overseeing and expanding footprint in Nigeria. AFRICOM is now tasked. Listen to this. Grey zone warfare against China. Grey zone warfare against China. It's not about you coming to fight for you. American lives are so precious to come and die for African. You think it's about you? Having left operation to special forces, Africa is now tasked. Africa is now tasked with overseeing and expanding footprint in Nigeria, but with addition to preventing oil supply disruption. Listen to this. But in addition to preventing oil supply disruption, the U.S. seek to the U.S. seek to counter Russian, but particularly Chinese. Let me read out for you again, Nigerian. Like I said, there's a reason I went back and took this article. I didn't want to take it from recent. Having left operation to special forces, Africa is now tasked with overseeing in expanding footprint in Nigeria. Africa being Africa is not about fighting for Africans. It's not about fighting terrorism. No, they are the ones supporting terrorists. They are the ones giving the information to terrorists. They spy on our government and then pass on the information to the terrorists. They spy on our government and then get the information to the terrorists. The role of AFRICOM is now tasked with overseeing and expanding footprint in Nigeria. But even as doing that, but also in addition to preventing oil supply disruption. Disrupting oil supply disruption. Preventing oil supply disruption. Prevent Nigeria from making business with China. Prevent Nigeria from overseeing her own oil. Prevent Nigeria from making her oil national. Prevent Nigeria. Let the oil supply continue to come to Europe and US. But in addition to preventing oil supply disruption, the US seek to counter Russia, but particularly Chinese involvement. According to the US state-run outlet VOA Voice of America, the Chinese National Offshore Oil Corporation began investing in Nigeria state oil sector in 2005. In 2007, a U.S. Army war colleague, thesis expressed concerning that following donation made by Chinese military equipment to Nigeria, China have helped the government to drill. Listen to this. China had helped the Nigerian government to drill hundreds of barrels in goodwill. I didn't say it. In goodwill gesture to provide clean drinking water. This is a U.S. veteran or a U.S. personnel talking about the donation Chinese made to the Nigerian government in goodwill, and it even did better thing because, in fact, it gave clean water to the Nigerian government in that region. The U.S. acted to tarnish Chinese image. When this happened, the U.S. acted to tarnish Chinese image as part of what is now called the whole of government approach. The U.S. 96th Civil Affairs Battalion, U.S. Army Civil Affairs and Psychological Operation Command network with Nigerian civilians, private industry, and its agency. Like how they are doing today with some pastors, with some bishops, with some Christians. The U.S. Army War College implied that this was to psychologically counter China influence. This was a psychological influence. And today, it is still a psychological influence. It is not about Nigeria. It is not about Christianity or Christian dying. They don't care about you. So you see what is going on here. Nigeria signed a memorandum of understanding with China in 2018 to integrate into China's global infrastructure and investment project, the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. More recently, the Voice of America has said that China took advantage of Nigeria's crime and terror-related oil instability, investing billions of dollars in order to stabilize supply line. From the U.S. military perspective, their so-called political warfare create what they formally call a grave zone of conflict, in which areas traditionally thought of as economy and civilian are weaponized. Analyst Ketley School for the Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Research, Development, and Acquisition writes that in one war game, the 91st Civil Affairs Battalion, coordinated with the 10th Special Force or Forces Group to uncover a Chinese activities in Nigeria, who announced a deep water port being constructed in 1 month as part of China role and initiative. In the war game, US PSYOP beat back the Chinese. Scroll claimed that Chinese grave zone operations are eroding the U.S. legitimacy and challenging the liberal rule-based war order. In reality, U.S. imperial aggression and war by proxy erode whatever legitimacy Pentagon plan or think they have. This appears to be a risk that the Pentagon is willing to take to enforce full spectrum dominance. Let me read the entire thing. But such analysts seem to forget that both the US and China are armed. Both the US and China are armed with nuclear weapon and possesses the intercontinental ballistic missile capable of delivering them. The Pentagon might consider Nigeria. The Pentagon might consider Nigeria to be just another pawn. The Pentagon might consider Nigeria to be just another pawn in the new Cold War chess game. However, any escalation of tension in flashpoint, like Taiwan, like they wanted to do with Taiwan and China, to put them together. You see it? Like Taiwan could unintentionally trigger nuclear catastrophe. This appears to be a risk the Pentagon is willing to take to enforce full spectrum dominance. So, Nigeria, Africa, this article that you saw, that you heard, that I read, the U.S. is not coming to fight for Christian. They are coming for your resources. It's not about you. Yes, we understand what is going on there. But again, your past government official did this to Nigeria. And your current government official, your authority. That is why your Senate can't talk. That is why your representative can't talk. Your congressman, they can't talk. Even as much as a U.S. congressman came out and told the world and told Nigerians that it is the United States through USAID, they are funding Boko Haram and terrorists in the region. None of your government official can ever question the U.S. when it comes to United Nations Summit. None. It took a brave Sahel nation, not Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, to sit at the G Summit and say, yes, we understand what we are going through, but it is you people that are funding the terrorists. And then you want to point fingers at us when we are making effort. Shame on Nigeria. Shame on our leaders. Shame on our representative. Shame on our senator. Shame on our Congress leaders in Africa. Shame on you. You guys are disgrace to the African continent. You guys are disgrace to Nigeria. Shame on you. The solution to fighting terrorists is not about asking America. They are the cause. They are the sponsors. They are the problem to what Africa is going through. They are the problem. They are the cause. They are the sponsors of terrorists. They are the sponsors of Boko Haram. According to Scott Perry, according to a U.S. congressman, the United States fund these people. Once upon a time, the Nigerian army told us, Melanie Frontier was sponsoring Boko Haram, was giving aid, medical aid to Boko Haram. And then you still come out here, when all these evidence are there, then you still come up here, you want to support colonial agenda in Africa. These pastors are the problem. You think we get time for any religion? The two most deadliest religions in the world, Christianity and Islamic, they are the two most evil religions in the world. They have rape, they have loot, they have killed. I mean, war upon war, proxy war, they support it. The two most deadliest, the two most demonic, the two most inhumane religions in the world are Christianity and Islam. I don't care about your feelings. Go and get into your feelings. I care less to do with that. But the two most deadliest religion belief systems in the world are Christianity and Islam. They are the two most deadliest, the two most evil, the two most deceiving religions in the world. The two most, in fact, the two religions that can rape murderer. They are rapists. They are murderer. Christianity and Islam. They are the two most evil religions in the world. They are the two most evil belief systems in the world. Name me any religion or belief system in the world that is more deadliest than Christianity and Islam. Name me them. Buddhism? No. Buddhism? No. African traditional belief? No. African spirituality? No. Name me them. Name me them. Name me them. There is no belief system in the world that is more destructive, that is more inhumane, that have no regard for human life compared to the Christianity religion and the Islamic religion. There is no belief system in the world that is more deadliest, that is more deceiving than the Christianity religion and the Islamic religion. That the two I disgust them. I disgust them. I don't like them. Name me them. The Christianity religion and the Islamic religion, go and do history about them. Go and lay about them. They have killed, they have loot, they have raped, they are murderer. They have destroyed society. They have destroyed culture. They have destroyed, they are destructive. It baffles me when I see Africans die for those two religions, those two beliefs. It baffles me a lot. Those two religions do not care about life. Look at Israel, that is bumping, that is looting, that is raping with no remorse. They got deadliest weapon, they just destroying. And when Islam ready to do the same damn thing, when the Christianity religion ready to do the same damn thing, and then you want us to come here and come carry that narrative that Muslims are killing Christians in Africa, for us to establish a religious war in Africa. America, you are a damn liar. Donald Trump, you are a damn liar. You fail. Washington, D.C., you fail. You fail. You fail. You're in, you fail. You fail. It will never happen on the African continent. We don't believe you. We don't trust you. You are deceiving. Come with different tactics. You want to compete with China? Don't come with mandatory things. You are the one funding terrorists. You are the one fighting to destabilize Africa. You are the one killing our leaders. You are the one destroying Libya. You are the one kill Gaddafi. You are the one put sanction on Robert Mugabe. Today, look at Libya. You are the one. Sanctions still on Libya. You say, you think we trust you? You killed Gaddafi. You destroy Libya. Look at Libya today. Libya is a shithole country today. You say you are going to destroy Sudan. Look at Sudan today. Today, Sudan is a shithole country according to you. Look at the life. You say you will destroy Sudan. Look at Sudan today. Look at DRC Congo. You supported M23 rebel. You supported Kagame. You supported Museveni. Look at DRC Congo today. You supported M23 rebel. Look at DRC. The last time we checked, we didn't see UN truck looting the resources. A United States truck, not United States, but UN truck had an accident. Billions of resources fell from the UN truck. What are resources doing in the UN truck? 40 M23 rebels. Create proxy war on the African continent. You did it to Liberia, you did it to Sierra Leone for our resources. And then you told ECOWAS not to step in. You told AU not to step in when you ready peace will go. After thousands of people die, you destabilized the region, then you came in just to continue to control our resources. Put us in a perpetual condition that all we will think about is to live and survive. So that we can get access to good health care, we can get access to good road, we can get access to good educations, so that we will remain poor and continue to be beggars, so that we will want to leave our nations. You bring bioweapons, you fed our HIV. Look at the African continent there. Who took HIV there? Bioweapon, who took it there? You took it there. According to French doctors. You took HIV in South Africa in the 1990s. When Nelson Mandela took power, you thought the black people were going to kick white people out. You carry HIV and start putting it into black people. You carry HIV in Namibia because you thought I want to run the German people out. You carry HIV, put it into them. You are a devil. So why? You think Africans will now want to get other alternative to move on? You think we want to be under captivity? Africans must travel before they can get access to their resources, before they can know that, oh, our resources are the one making this country to boom. Our resources are the one making this country to have good economy, to have good roads, to have good hospitals, to have good education. You think we don't want to have it on the African continent too? Oh, we want you to travel on the African continent too, to go and see the development, to go and see the things that are there. But not to travel to go exploit, not to travel to go feed terrorists, not to travel to go get ammunition to terrorists, to go give it to Boko Haram, not to travel to go kill our leaders, not to travel to go and bomb, to go and get sanctions, to go and post terrorizing or like Bill Gates. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. We want to do business with you. Let it be fruitful. We are not mean people. Black people are not mean. We share. Had it been you, Europe and America, what you did to black people, had it been the other way around, black people did to you people, and at this time, you rose and came to this stage, you will never allow black people on your continent. You will never share with black people. That's how you are. But yet they stay with everything we have gone through. We kept surviving till we reached at this stage we are today. We still accept you. You still go on the African continent. We still welcome you. With everything we are going through, everything we know about you now, everything we know, we have the right to feel the way we feel. We have the right to think the way we think. We do. We have the right to think and do things the way we feel about you. We have the right to think the way we think about you, the way we feel about you. We have every right, every capacity we do. Because your attitude and behavior continue to reflect to our thoughts, to our existence, our suffering, our demise. It continues to reflect. We continue to see it. Yet then stay. You don't go on the African continent. We say go back to where you came from. You don't go on the African continent. We say you don't belong here. You don't go on the African continent. We say, what are you doing? We don't remind you. We don't remind you of what you did. We don't remind you of slavery. We don't remind you of colonization. We don't remind you. We don't remind you of neo-colonial behavior and attitude. We don't remind you of your stupid and fake and nasty foreign policy. We don't remind you. We still accept you. We still see you as human being. We still see you as, you know what? You don't do business. We are all humans. We all can coexist. All the way you looted our resources. And today we see that your empire crumbling, your empire failing. But yet then stay. Yet then stay. We still want to share our resources with you. We have every right to say, you know what, any white nation, or we have every right to say all the nations that enslave Africans, all the nations that colonize Africans, all the nations that systematically, directly or indirectly get our leaders, we have all right to say we're not giving you our resources, we're not sharing with you. We have all right to do that. But we still go against our own will and share with you. We still go against our own will and sign contract with you. We still. All right. I don't know who they call Bob or Boob or Bob or what. You are out. You are gone. You will never see this platform unless you create another page with another fake name and come. But you will never see this platform again. You will never. You are being blocked. And if you come, you'll be blocked. You think anyone talking against the US here? No one talking against the US. You don't have ears to listen. You don't have ear. No one talking against the US. We want for the US to do the right thing. You might even be one of the Muzugu. You might even be one of the white people that is benefiting from colonial or exploitation, that is benefiting from slavery, the proceeds of slavery. You might be one of them. You might be one of them that is benefiting from the proceeds of slavery, from the proceeds of your forefather raping African people, putting them on sex plantation. You may be one of them. And you don't want for people to talk about it. You know what we go through? You know what the African continent is going through? You think if Africa was bad, you think by now you think Europe would be on the African continent? You think by now the US would be on the African continent with what they have done? You think so? You think we hate Europe? You think we hate America? Don't think that. We don't. We don't. Because if we do, not all these countries that enslaved and colonized Africa, they won't have embassy in Africa. Or Africans, they won't have embassy there. But you think we do? We hate anybody? We don't. You think we hate America? No, we don't. You think we hate Europe? Absolutely not. We don't, and we will never. But we will speak truth to power. Let them change. Let them change. That's what we want. Let everybody exist and let Africa be free. You want the African resources, come with mutual agreement, come with good faith. Don't come with intimidations. Don't come with paternalistic idea. Don't come with looking at African as shithole, insignificant. Don't come with looking at African like they have low IQ or something or whatsoever. Don't come with that. Don't come with you are the one that have no. We get it. Come in good faith. If we say this is bad, this is not good, then change it. That's what we're talking about here. You think we want for European people to die? No, we don't. You're the one that is holding up for African people to die. You're the one that have created disease, putting in Africans. You're the one carrying steroids and putting in African, destroying African women. You're the one doing it, not Africans. And you can't sit down here and say, you think the US want resources? You stupid. You stupid. You think we know what these nations are doing in Africa? Can't sit down. You think America want... You even tell America that, they will tell you, look, don't throw that one here before the people get angry. Yes, we want the people resources. You think the fight going on in Africa right now is about Africans' life? It's the resources. You know why they colonized Africa for? The resources. You know why they enslaved Africans? Africans' labor and African resources and African body. You can't sit down here, you create fake page, and then come in and run your mouth here that you think America want resources and things. You think anybody against America here? No. The same way United States citizens, when they want for their government to do the right thing, they come out and question their government and go to the White House and do everything. That's the same thing we are doing here. And until America can do the right thing and stop this colonial attitude, this colonial belief, this colonial policy, she will not have it right in Africa. And I will tell you, she will lose. She will fail. Her empire will fall. Because if you think this generation, we're going to sit down and allow the US or Europe to do what they want to do, you damn lie. They will fall. If they continue this behavior, this attitude, we have no regret. We have no regret. We will see them fall. And we'll have no regret. Until they can change. And we all live in harmony. They benefit from our resources. We benefit from our resources, and everybody benefit. Then we'll have no problem. Absolutely. You will not see us coming here to come and say, "Oh, we not why America enjoying that." No. We will not come here to talk anything. But it can't be one-sided. You can't treat us. It's like you hate black people in America, but you like their culture, you like their music. But when you're ready, you call them thought. You call them names. But at the same time, they fight and protect these nations. They fight and protect this nation, which is a good thing, which is not a bad thing. But when they do that, then you come behind it and say all kind of things. And then you treat them. Then the justice system, no justice system, no equality. Same crime, different charges because of race. That's what we're talking here too. Nobody hate America. We will never do. So if you don't understand our stand, don't come on our platform and come and say rubbish. Don't be stupid. Yes, the US want our resources. Why you think Europe crumbling? Why you think France? Just 3 nations in Africa. 3 nations, just 3 nations in Africa decide that, you know what, France, we're done with you, we move on. Look at France today. And you want to come and sit down here and say, you think Europe and America want your resources. You can't create fake page, you white man. Come here. You benefiting from what your forefather did. And then can't create fake pages and then running on African platform. You can't read nonsense. We will deal with you. You think we scare? You think we care? Just 3 nations in Africa decide that France, we don't need you. Look at France. Look at France. You talk. Look, all these nations survive on African resources, on African labor, on the African continent. You guys sit down. Do you know why these nations fight to divide Africa for Africa not to unite? It is because of their survival. Don't sit down and one can speak nonsense. I block you, you're gone. We don't take side here. This is not a platform. We preach for money. We educate for money. We speak for money. We don't care about money business. Our life does not based on money. Those are vanity. We not come here to create content. To can't raise money every morning waiting for YouTube or waiting for Facebook to send our check. We don't do that here. So you say anything stupid, we block you. And we continue speaking. Go tell that to France. Go tell that to Europe. Some good white people already saying that Europe is falling because Africa is turning back. Africa is turning her back. Africa is finding other alternatives. Europe is turning to tear our country. You know, these are the people that make African more angry and more mad. And come on, people oppose and want to come and say nonsense. Anyway, folks, I have a video that I want to show, but we're running out of time. We have been here for so long, so we'll stop here. I might show that video maybe next week, right? I might use it as introduction. Yeah, so because of time, we got to go and stuff. So I can't show that video. It's about 10 minutes. So I got to go. I got to go on my hustle, So thank you for, hanging in, share, subscribe, let us build, family. Let us build. But this is, Nigeria, right? So we just want to tell Nigeria, it is not what you think. that the US is coming to fight for you. They are not coming to fight for you. It is about your oil. It is about your resources. It is about your government have gone and they brought China, right, as other alternative, and they don't want it. They are fighting China and Russia on it. Listen, the reason why China and Russia name keep appearing, right, it is because those two nations are the people or are the nations there. But right now, if North Korea decide to join in swiftly, making ally with other African nations, they will keep talking about, oh, North Korea is doing this, North Korea is doing this. Any nation that come in contrary, right, to what Europe and US are doing on the African continent, they will go after that nation and say, oh, their country is doing this. It is because those countries is disrupting their interests. It's because those nations are opening African eyes. That's all. These colonial nations, they don't care about you. And we'll speak that. We don't care how they feel. It's not hate. We don't hate no nation. We love America. We love China. We love Europe. We love Russia. We love Africa. We love everybody. We love all humanity. That is why you can't go on the African continent and then anybody tell you, go back to where you came from. Go to your country. Go to your nation. Go. No. We love everybody. They don't want to say it. Even though you go in China, the Chinese too can still say that to African. Go to Africa. What are you doing? So everyone of them do it. Everyone of them do it. So you think this about just focusing. If China do the same thing US doing, look, anything we see contrary to China, we'll speak about it. Anything we see contrary to, we'll speak. If Russia is doing anything, we'll speak about it. Henceforth, US do the same thing, we'll speak about it. You think we look? Let me say this. What happened during slave? It will not happen again to black people. What happened during colonial time? It will not happen again. Because look, if the US think about it, that will be their demise. If Europe think about it, that will be their demise. If they ever think they want to go back to slavery, it will be their demise. If they ever think they want to go back to 1884 Berlin Conference to colonize Africa, it will be their demise. All they can do now is, you know what? We have done a lot to Africa. Let us be done with this propaganda. Look, you know what? Let us change our ways. Africans are not bad. They don't hate us. Even as much as that's how they think. No, we don't. Even as much as you think that if Africa take a position or rightful place, then we will do to you people what they did. No, we will not. Because you know what? We are the true definition of humanity. We are the true definition of the creation of the world. We are the true definition of God. The image of God. What say God made us in our. We are the people. When you see us, you see God, the creator of the heaven, of the universe. You see black people, you see that it is that image. So the God, it is not white people. It is not the image of white people. No. The God you worship, it is black people. The image of black people that are God that you worship. Because see how patient we are with everything we have gone through. See how patient. See how loving we are. The Bible you read that talk about love, that black people's story. It's not white people's story. That Bible, that black people representation. It's not white people representation. What we have gone through in the hands of white people, black people should have done that to white. I beg you, man. I beg you. You will never ever going to enjoy their resources. Never they will trade with you. Never you go on the African continent. If to say they didn't want to have the African continent, we did this to them. I beg you. Never. So the Bible you read, that's us. The God you pray to, oh, in the name of this, in the name of that, that's us. But you don't know because they put their image in churches, in books. Then when you close your eye, while your eyes is closed, your mind, your vision, you see them. But the truth is, their character does not reflect to the Bible. Their characters and behavior does not reflect to the Bible. The love you see in the Bible, it does not reflect to them. It reflects to us what we have gone through. Though that's love. What we have gone through and we are still going through, man. See, black people, with our condition, we still laugh. We dance to appeal our soul. Anyway, this is today's presentation, folks. Thank you for tuning in, for hanging in. These people do not love you. They're not coming to fight for you. They will not die for you. It's about your resources. Okay? So let me do this. I think I took it out right. I should have posted. Let me see if I can find it so I can still post it. Oh, hopefully I can find it. Let me put this link here. Maybe some Nigerian blogger will see it and use it. I doubt it because they are content creator. All right, folks. I'll see you next week. We got to go. Peace.
The white power structure, because that's all we have in America. And the white power structure today is just as much